should be looked at and considered as you start doing planning for 2021, and even potentially things that could be applied to any end of year efforts around influencer marketing as we think about, Q4 and holiday. As a video company, going to share a couple more video examples of work and to put some context to what we've been talking about from a theoretical standpoint. And so one of the big themes that came across in the conversation when talking with Denise was the concept of thinking omni-channel. Influencers can become a core part of your overall marketing mix. And when you think about that, it's not just that brand building, upper funnel awareness driving that many people initially think of for influencer, right? And so we talked a little bit about that, but how do you think about making influencer and video in particular part of your integrated plan? Where are those different touch points where influencer content can live? And there are brands that are really leaning in and thinking about that, whether it's TV commercials, online video ads, in-store signage, magazine ads. Influencers can really be an integral part of that. And it really starts by thinking upfront beyond just what you want them to post on your channel. They're not just distribution mechanisms for your message. They can be partners, they can be content producers, and they can really help you fill content gaps in a cost-effective way. And so I'm going to pause right here. I want to share a video about another example that we worked with that Flintstones brand on, and then we can spend a little bit more time talking about it. Okay, so, those are some video examples. And so, as Denise mentioned, the work we did with her and the Bayer team for Flintstones, it started out as a traditional influencer program, right? How do we find the right families with kids of a certain age to help bring forward that brand message and talk about the product? But what you can see there were lots of various applications and reapplications of the content, some of which weren't even shown. But so let's talk about them one by one. So if you think about, first you brief the influencers, they create content. Some organizations, there's maybe a lengthy process to getting that content approved. But as long as you have the right partnership and contract in place with the influencers and rights to use that, you can think about how do you create derivative assets that can help in other channels. And so influencers posting on their YouTube channel, their Instagram, their Facebook is, step one. What you then saw and what Denise talked about is driving more targeted reach and scale by amplifying that influencer content. And so putting media behind the influencer's channel and pushing that content out to a very specific target audience is a way to be really efficient and to drive more scale. From there, you can even create 15s, 30s, 6-second ads with video content that maybe you had them create originally for their YouTube channel. And that's what we think about when you're taking that content and using it for OLV or other programmatic. And so there's organic earned media, there's amplifying the influencer's content within their own social channels, and then there's the ability for the brand to take that social content and create brand assets that can be used in more traditional digital paid channels. So again, 3 various applications across social and digital, all leveraging those same influencers and the same relationships that were established early on in a program. You also saw some of the content living on retail channels. This is a great way to extend the value and impact that social content can have beyond just the audience of the influencers. Bringing that social proof directly to product pages can lift conversion rate and increase your sales for as long as that product is available for purchase online. The next example that I want to share with you is maintaining productivity and production, right? Influencers are amazing brand storytellers. Some of them are amazing filmmakers as well. And so how do you tap into that for content at scale? At the beginning of COVID, brands saw tremendous issues of being able to do content production, right? I mentioned the L'Oreal example, but getting crews in place and being safe about production was definitely a challenge at first. I think we're starting to work our way through what is possible and safe. But influencers can also really be a resource for creating amazing high production quality HD video content that can live in TV commercials, can be part of media campaigns, can help fill voids when you are in a time crunch from a production standpoint for brand assets. And so the next video I want to show you is some work that we're doing where we're using influencers as content partners, where we're not even getting them to publish to their social channels. And so again, great resource for creating amazing content in a very scalable, turnkey, cost-effective way. Okay, can you guys play the second video? All right, seems like there may be some technical difficulty with that video, so I'm going to skip on to takeaway number 3, and hopefully we can sort things out on the back end. Performance marketing. Influencer content is great for publishing and driving reach and awareness. Denise talked about performance and being able to ensure that there's that closed loop and driving a path to purchase with every social post. And so while some influencer might be for brand building, it doesn't mean that you can't provide their audience with information on where they can buy and give them the choice and the opportunity to shop online, especially as more consumers are shopping for consumables, groceries, and larger ticket items online. We want to make sure that every digital touch point has that path to purchase. And when you're able to do that, you can start to see traffic and sales conversion information and really get a sense from a performance marketing standpoint on which influencers are working and for your brand and to what extent. And so I've got a third video. Hopefully this one plays for us. Share a little bit more on a brand that was introducing both a brand and a new product via influencers and driving commerce. Okay, hey brand innovators, I don't know if that video froze on your side, if there's a way to try to play it again. If not, I'll just keep going, but it looks like it stopped. Okay, thank you. So Botanical Origins is a brand that we're working with where they are launching products and trying to drive awareness and e-commerce impact through influencers. And so when you think about connecting the dots between social and e-commerce, one thing that really needs to be thought about is measurement and being able to track the influencers and the traffic that they're bringing into the channel, whether that be a Best Buy, a Home Depot, Amazon, etc. And there are lots of ways now that brands can get better visibility into that traffic and to see which influencers are actually moving the needle and getting people to add their product to cart and purchase. So hopefully as that video illustrates, you can start to see that there is data available and you can actually see what people are shopping. And, I'm very quick to let all of the clients that we work with know that this type of data is meant to be an input for planning and guiding which influencers to work with again. And you think about building relationships longer term, ambassador type relationships with influencers, using some of these signals as a way for you to be able to start to understand which influencers are a better fit for helping you amplify and share your brand message with their audience. It can also be very quick real-time data to provide information for your brand on which pieces of content you want to further amplify. Circling back to one of the things that Denise had said earlier, elevate the impact that your campaigns can have by putting paid support behind the influencers. This data can help you understand which pieces of content are best poised to drive maximum results for your brand. And these are signals on what's happening in the e-commerce. There are lots of mechanisms for tracking in-store impact as well. And so those two things together can become really valuable and critical as you think about planning for influencer in 2021 and what measurement and performance standards you should expect for your influencer campaigns. Okay, well, so it looks like we've got a couple of questions. I'm not sure if that third video issue got resolved or not. If someone on the Brand Innovator side wants to let me know, I can try to play that again. But right now, I'm going to go to a question. So you mentioned something you're interested in the convo about ensuring product inventory is available. We've just started a program with another brand that looks like product inventory at Walmart and Target and optimize real time. So one thing that I can say is there are ways for us to look at the inventory level at a retailer channel and to know if there's sufficient inventory, out of stock issues. And what we want to make sure is when we're working with partners is to really ensure that the influencers are not posting until that happens, right? Because if you think about whether you're spending $5 or $500,000 on influencer, it's challenging if you start to have the influencers post and there's no inventory there. And so part of it is tracking the traffic and what's happening, but also then making sure that we know if there's issues ahead of time. So if we need to postpone a publish date for a day or two, that can be done. Okay, let's see. Just going to the questions. How can brands that have been around for 100 years stay relevant and attract new without sacrificing their brand identity? One thing that I think is important, at least the way that we try to approach working with brands that have history or legacies, is really think about, what is that moment in time and what is that communication objective for working with influencers? You don't necessarily need to reinvent yourself and your brand, but you need to think about how do you carry through that brand identity and become relevant with the influencer and their audience. And so there are lots of ways that you can be part of the conversation. And I think one of the most important things to think about is embracing the influencers that you work with and letting them help you think about how your brand can best be represented in a credible and authentic way with their audience. I think there's this scary moment in time for some brands that you have to maybe step back and relinquish a little bit of control and have trust that the influencer knows what will work and what maybe won't resonate so well. And it's when you allow that open line of communication between brand and influencer and agency partner, that something really exciting and impactful for both sides can occur. Okay, let's see. When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose and how does that impact your approach to marketing? You know, brand purpose can mean a lot of different things. I'll talk about a couple of clients that we did work with right around COVID. Denise mentioned we were in the middle of activating a campaign for a vitamin. You have to be culturally sensitive to what's going on around you if you are going to show up as a brand. And so, being able to understand those dynamics, be true to the essence of your brand, and make sure that you're providing content that is contributing in a meaningful way or adding value to your consumers is important. Part of how you can do that is to think about those different cultural moments and what is a real and realistic way for you to be present. And so COVID, there are a lot of sensitivities for brands that they didn't want to seem insensitive or be pushing or selling a message, but there are some brands that can really add value and levity and content that could be helpful for a consumer, right? And so there are a lot of grocery brands that I know were activating during that time and trying to provide helpful recipe video content. If you think about, I'll use YouTube as a channel. YouTube, you can go for product information and product research, but it's also a place where people go for entertainment relief. And so what you saw is you found a lot of families and, quote unquote, mom influencers posting content just about their day-to-day life. And so it could be cooking with their kids, it could be, getting their home set up for virtual learning, whatever the case may be. I think there was a sense of community and social dynamic that was occurring online, and brands can find a way to insert themselves in an authentic way. And I do think it really is driven by making sure that your brand purpose and that alignment to the cultural moment is there. Let's see, I'm just looking at another question. Many brands have drastically reduced media budgets over the past few months. How has media plans adjusted? If your budget has been reduced, have you gotten more creative and efficient with your strategies? This is a really good question. And I think there's a lot of different approaches to look at for answering this question. So I'll start with budgets, generally speaking. At the beginning of COVID, we certainly saw some pausing of campaigns. We saw some budget constraints. But what was sort of interesting and reaffirming, and when Denise is saying influencer puts a smile to her face when she thinks about 2021, much of the influencer work that was planned to occur still took place. There were some refinements and adjustments to be made, but influencer, if approached from that 360 holistic viewpoint, can be very cost effective. And so I know there's this natural inclination to kind of like rein things in. And an influencer can sometimes be an easy tactic to think, okay, let's put that on pause. But it also, the counterpoint to that is it's a very cost-effective, agile way to continue to be present from a marketing standpoint with even the smallest of budgets, right? So you think about the spectrum of influencers, from nano influencers all the way up to macro or celebrity. There's a place for your brand at any budget. And then in order to make that budget work harder for you, you have to think about all of those different channels and where that content can get used. And so I'd say it's about working smarter and thinking about how do you get more out of the budget that you have when thinking about that. Okay. All right, I think those are all the questions that we have. I don't know, Brand Innovators, is that third video working or not? I'm going to take that as a no. Okay, let's see. Let's do another question. Hey, Brand Innovators team, I think we're out of questions. I don't know if you're able to take control back of the presentation. You may be experiencing some technical difficulty. Hold on, everybody. Great. I'm so happy we were able to get that video to play. So I'll just round out by circling back to that example and then can turn it back over to Nina. So that's some work we've been doing with Home Depot. They've been a customer of ours for the last few years, and they've really leaned in on influencer as high production value content partners. You know, what we're seeing when we work with brands and even when we work with retailers is that customers are preferring this type of content from people that look like them, that people that they can resonate with. And so for an organization like Home Depot that has their own in-house video production team, influencers become this untapped resource that can get scaled up or down depending on the content needs. And so you can spin up 1 to 50 influencers and be creating dozens or hundreds of videos at scale. What we're seeing is that that content is really resonating with customers, and people are motivated to buy and getting comfort with doing these DIY projects. And so I think, just to recap, the takeaway is, you know, think omni-channel. Where in the overall marketing mix can influencers help your brand, and you can make sure that that investment in influencer is working hard. The second is thinking about influencers as production partners. And even if you're not looking for them to distribute their content to their channels, they can help you fill content gaps, both static lifestyle images and high-end video production. And then third, and one that's sort of near and dear to my heart, is thinking about the performance analytics around influencer. Yes, we want to make sure impressions and reach and engagement levels are there, but to me, that is expected. It is not the performance and is not what you should deem a program for success. Look a little further, look at some of these lower funnel metrics and really use that as information to inform and optimize media investments and then strategies moving forward. And so with that, I'll hand that back over to Nina, and thank you everyone for the time.
I actually have a few more questions for you.
Oh, great.
So I would love to know, and I know it's something that comes up frequently, what do you recommend is the best way to find influencers that are truly on brand?
You know, so there are lots of discovery tools out there, and I think, you know, they're great. I think for Gen Video, we take a little bit more of a human approach, and so we have some tools and we have net access to influencers across the social platforms, and that can take you so far. You can understand their size, their rates, some general demographic information about their audience. But if you're a brand and you're really looking to find that fit, you need to go a little deeper. You need to ask them questions. You need to understand, are they in the right mindset for your product? And so that's one thing that we talk a lot about with our customers is this concept of mindset. And so I can find a mom who has a kid of a certain age, but does her content typically reflect the brand equity of the product that she's going to be talking to? Is that authentic, credible synergy there? And so we start by looking at some of the basic demographic information, but we really do then almost like interview influencers in most cases to make sure that they're addressing some of the other elements that we think are a little bit more intangible and not, purely from a data standpoint. And from there, that's where I think the best partnerships can emerge.
And what, for the initial discovery, what tools do you tend to use?
So we have our own network of influencers, and so we start there, and then we expand out. And so, sometimes we're working with brands that have very niche products that require a little bit more digging. And so, as we think outcome first, and so we want to make sure that the content is of the highest production standards. And so we have a subset of influencers across all of the social platforms, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, that meet those production standards that will allow us to make ads, that will allow us to make content that the retailers will approve, that, have the proper high production value. And so we use our own tools, and then we take another step to find those influencers that can really meet brand objectives, but also deliver that high quality content that we need.
And when you're looking at engagement on these influencer channels, what do you think is, one of the best measures, and what metrics are you keeping an eye on?
Yep. So, there are the traditional influencer metrics that we look at. We want to make sure that the engagement rates on both sponsored and unsponsored content is to benchmark standards. But for us, beyond that, we want to look at things like click-through rate and conversion rate. And so there are thousands of influencers. And so I'll take consumer electronics for an example. We do a bit of work in that category. You can find two influencers that have the same channel size, same rate. One might have a click-through rate of 6% and the other might have a click-through rate of 2%. You think about that, that's 3 times the impact that a program can have in driving traffic lower funnel. And for a program that is designed to optimize around consideration or conversion, that is significant. 3 times the amount of traffic can be going into your brand store, your DTC, or one of your customer partners from a retailer standpoint. And so it always starts with making sure that their audience is where it needs to be, that they have adequate engagement rates and view through rates if it's a video channel. But from there, we look at those 2 other metrics, traffic, so click-through rate and conversion rate, and really want to make sure that we're understanding of 2 influencers who on paper and, a profile on one of these social platforms look identical. They may actually perform significantly better or worse for your brand. And it's some of those lower funnel data points that are starting to help us refine and optimize and really maximize the investments being made in influencer for our customers.
And when you're looking at conversion, is it typically a purchase, or is conversion considered, an email sign up? How do you look at it?
Conversion can be defined by whatever the objective of the campaign is. The majority of our clients are looking to drive people into the retail channel and move them to purchase. That data is not necessarily the ROI answer that everyone's looking for. If you think about, especially in consumables or consumer packaged goods, you might add it to your cart and then come back at night when your kids are to bed and fill up your cart and then buy later. And so each retailer really operates differently in terms of attribution. And so what this information is are people adding your product to cart and then actually buying? Are they looking at a piece of content on social and then maybe trading down or buying competitor? Or if you're a larger organization, are there other products within your portfolio that people are buying? That information can be useful in a number of different ways, but it's really more insight and the ability for you to gauge performance with each influencer. And so, you're not going to see hundreds of thousands of dollars of sales from an influencer program. And so the data should be put in the same bucket that you would typically look at click-through rate when you're doing traditional media, right? And so you want to optimize the investment, either different platforms, different channels, different creative. And today, thankfully, there is more collaboration between the retailers and the social platforms, and you can start to connect those dots a bit more and get a better picture of what's happening and the impact that your social is having within the e-commerce channel. And then you can start to extrapolate what that means for in-store and broader applications as well.
That's really helpful. Thank you. And looking at 2021, I know the future is incredibly uncertain, but any new trends that you think are going to be coming or challenges that influencer marketers are going to face in 2021?
I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what the next challenges are. And, if 2020 is sort of the year to base that off of, I hope fewer challenges and more opportunity. What happened this year is we saw e-commerce accelerate 2 to 5 years. And so things that brands were thinking about as, part of their 5-year plan are today issues. And that presents, I think, a real opportunity for marketers in general and for influencer marketing specifically. It's a lot of the things that Denise and I talked about earlier on. It's how do you make sure if you're going to invest in influencer that you're thinking about it across the marketing mix? If you're investing in content, where are there other content gaps or where are there other needs and applications for this content? And so work hard, not necessarily work harder, but work smarter. And then make sure you have the measurement systems in place for both online and in-store so that you can really feel confident that the investments that you're making are impacting your business.
Do you think there are any brands that, especially like recently in 2020, as everything sort of hits the fan, have adapted quickly and like really excelled with influencer marketing? And any of the brands you work with, of course, are great examples.
Yeah, I think I shared a lot of work already today with some of our brands. And so the stuff that Bayer's doing, I think they're really leaning in lots of ways. And again, for a pharmaceutical company, innovating and influencer and improving that, it can be done. The first time might be hard, but it gets easier. And if you see the results, it's worth it and to continue to pursue it. So a couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to chat with Ali at McCormick, and I think they were a brand that I was super excited to see all the work that they were doing with influencer and really transitioned something that was an in-house function and dialed it up like 10 notches with COVID. And so like real-time content creation, hearing what consumers were looking for online, creating content for specific recipes or recipes using specific items that they found in their pantry. And so I was extremely pleased and excited to see how a brand like McCormick, which maybe you wouldn't think of at the top of your list when you're thinking about influencer marketing. And honestly, they have a lot more brands than just the spices in their pantry. But that's a brand that I was excited to see lean into influencers, partner with influencers in this sort of real-time way, and also leaning into video. I think brands who are stepping into influencer might think YouTube as a platform or video is harder, more expensive, not worth the investment. I don't believe in any of those. I think I'm a little biased. Gen Video, it's in our name, it's in our DNA. But it is so easy to turn on your phone and capture high quality video content. Of course, if you're thinking about using it in TV, we want to work with influencers that have better camera equipment. But it's easy. Video is easy. Consumers want video. They are capturing video all day long with, within their day-to-day lives. And I think that's one of the things that I'm most excited about, seeing McCormick really embody the power of video. And I'm excited to see where video can go with regard to influencer in 2021.
Thank you for answering all of our questions. I know I came in with a lot at the end, but that was very helpful for everyone who's been watching and who's really keeping an eye on influencer marketing and how it can help their own businesses. So thank you, Jessica, very much for being here. I know that we all learned a lot.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
So for everyone who is just joining in, my name is Nina Alexander Hurst, and I'm your event MC today for our Marketing Innovation Brand Innovators Livecast. And as a proud 2019 Brand Innovators 40 Under 40 honoree, I'm excited to be back again as MC of this Livecast, featuring some of the brightest marketers out there. With a background in lifestyle and content marketing, customer experience, and strategic partnerships, I love turning creative ideas into tangible action and really innovating in all senses of the word. Most recently, I was the Senior Director of Global Brand Marketing and Partnerships at Hilton, and I developed and managed brand partnerships and content marketing for Hilton's luxury and lifestyle portfolio, including Waldorf Astoria and Conrad Hotels and Resorts. In this role, I structured and implemented a global partnership between Waldorf Astoria and Aston Martin, and in year one was responsible for more than 18 activations globally, including the Waldorf Astoria glamping experience at the 24 Hours of Le Mans and brand activations at the Pebble Beach Motor Show. Prior to my time at Hilton, I was the VP of Brand Marketing and Customer Experience at BaubleBar, where I built a high-touch, innovative SWAT stylist customer engagement team, service with accessorizing talent, in addition to strategizing and executing innovative brand partnerships and scaling influencer marketing strategies. Today, I am thrilled to dive deeper into the world of marketing innovation and learn from the incredible experts that we are so fortunate to have with us. So we're now moving on to our next session of the day, and I want to welcome Stephen Root to the stage. Stephen is the Vice President of Brand Marketing, Strategy and Planning at Intuit, and he is going to kick us off with a keynote, and then we'll bring Brandon Friesen, the CEO of Just Media, to the stage to moderate a fireside chat with Stephen. Welcome to the stage, Stephen, and I will hand it over to you.
Hey, Nina, thank you very much. I'm supposed to be able to share, but I can't see it. I apologize. I've got some slides. Sorry about this little hiccup. And in the meantime, it sounds like your time at Hilton was pretty amazing. I would love to do some glamping with you.
It's the best way to travel.
And I am not under 40 for what it's worth, so congratulations on your award.
Well, gotta milk it for all it's worth before I hit that age.
I apologize. I'm not able to. When we practiced this, I had share, but I'm not able to switch to. Sorry, everybody. I want to make sure we get this right so you can actually see some slides.
That's okay. Everything amazing is worth waiting for.
No, I don't know about amazing. And in a couple seconds, we're going to just switch to talking, so you don't even have to hear slides, even though they sometimes help. Okay, so we're gonna, I think we'll, in the famous words of the word of the day, a pivot. We're going to pivot from a slide presentation to just a conversation. Let me see. Let me make sure that's cool. Okay. Is that okay, Nina?
That's perfect.
Okay. Slides are sometimes a crutch, so I'm not going to lean on that crutch for this next 20 minutes until we get into the question and answer session. So first of all, again, sorry everybody for the hiccup. To introduce myself, my name is Stephen Root. I'm the VP of Vice President of Brand Marketing at Intuit. I oversee product strategy for Intuit. I oversee go-to-market strategy, research and analytics, and our web strategy. The main thing I say every day when I come into work is my goal is to breathe life and meaning into the Intuit brand. My team and I, that's our primary job. As a quick background, I spent 14 years at Visa, lived in 3 different countries for Visa, including Singapore and including Melbourne, Australia, and many years in their Foster City and San Francisco offices. And prior to that, I spent some time at some pretty well-known brand and marketing agencies, such as Profit Brand Strategy and Sterling Brand Strategy. Prior to that, before I even got into the world of marketing, I spent some time in investment banking and some time in sales. So I've talked to customers on the front line for companies like Xerox and Oracle. I've invested in companies as an investment banker, and I've marketed a few companies, big brands like Visa and Intuit, as well as helped to strategize for them. So that's a quick little background. I've been at Intuit for about 14 months, and I was really, really, most importantly, drawn to its goal of its mission. I love the idea of the fact that the challenge of, what I'm going to talk about today is for 40 years, they've been around, but really haven't invested in the Intuit brand. They've always had a great mission. They believe in powering prosperity for everyone around the world. And after 14 years of an amazing brand like Visa, I wanted to come over to a product and a brand like Intuit and really, really get excited about trying to help people understand the value Intuit brings to the world, help people understand what it does for the world, the products it introduces, the innovation it has, and again, what it does from a prosperity type mission. So that was kind of who I am as a background and why I came over to Intuit. So again, that's what I'm going to talk to you about today, and thank you for the time. And for what it's worth, with all due respect to people who have mustaches, I love men with mustaches. I don't have a very good mustache, but I'm not participating in Movember. So I just would like to bring a little bit of awareness to men's health, particularly prostate cancer and testicular cancer. My father sadly passed away from prostate cancer. So please consider helping anyone who's in need, and also maybe even helping for cancer research. But that's the cause I'm growing this caterpillar on my mouth for the next few weeks. As a little bit of background, many people don't know that much about Intuit. We're in the heart of Silicon Valley. We're based out of Mountain View, California. We also have offices in San Diego, and then offices in many other countries like the UK, Australia, Israel, France, and a few others in Canada. But really, more than anything, we're a corporate brand that is not well known. We've been known for having great products like QuickBooks and TurboTax and Mint. I will definitely touch on those. But Intuit isn't very well known, but it should be. Oh, there we go. Someone really there you go. That's so fantastic. Now I actually have slides to help in my story. Can we see that, Nina? Oh, so we got some help. Oh, so someone's helping me on this one. So as a quick background about why I believe Intuit should be known, it's known very well as an employer of top tech talent. It's known very well as a strong company to invest in, but it's not very well known overall as a corporate brand or a maker of these great products. But as a little bit of background, and what you see here is a kitchen table from our founder, Scott Cook's kitchen. So Scott Cook in 1983 was sitting around his house in his kitchen with his wife, and his wife was trying to balance their checkbook. And he thought to himself, there has to be a better way. And you're going to hear that theme. There has to be a better way. So for the last 40 something years, Intuit has been working on a better way. What can we do as a company? What products can we introduce? What services can we provide to customers, to people, to help them in their day? So for what it's worth, that kitchen table still sits. If you walk into our main office in Mountain View, that kitchen table is sitting right there. Everyone gets to see it, and it's just it's a really healthy reminder of what we're all about, which is solving customer problems, and B, trying to find a better way for customers. So we just love the history. Scott still has a lot of presence on campus. He comes into a lot. He can drop into any meeting. He's a great entrepreneur, and he started a great company, and we're very proud to be working at Intuit. Every single of them, 10,000 people there, know the story, believe in the story, and support the story. Okay, here we go. So, nope, back slide, whoever's, I don't know who's controlling these slides, but if we could go. So this is an interesting, as a brand strategist and a brand marketer, I don't like to rely and over-rely on visuals, but they really help to tell stories. And we call this our ecosystem lockup. It's a very goofy term, but it's a very important term. And what does that all mean? Is we know that when people know that TurboTax and QuickBooks and Mint and Intuit all come from the same company, consideration goes up and purchase intent goes up. So that's very, very important to us. And why is that important to us? is in times we are focused on TurboTax and making sure that people are able to file, submit, and get the biggest refund check they can possibly get. At QuickBooks, we're there to help, accounting and small businesses and self-employed people with their financial accounting. And with Mint, we're there to help sure that many people can manage their finances as best as they possibly can. But what we're also trying to do is to make sure that people know that they're all from the same family and that Intuit is behind it. These are high equity products with great awareness, great visibility. They all do great things for their customers. They do a fantastic job of solving customer problems, and we continue to invest. We continue to innovate around those products. But we also know that the more that we can draw connection from Intuit to these amazing product brands, the more that we can drive, again, customer pleasure, customer benefit, and again, rise purchase intent and consideration. If we could go to the next slide, that'd be great. Here's our identity statement. It's a pretty interesting identity statement, and it's one we're actually still continuing to work on and evolve a little bit. But we'd like to look into it and say we're the proud makers of TurboTax, QuickBooks, and Mint. So everything I just said, we want to make sure that the more that people can understand that Intuit is behind, the more equity and the more life we can breathe into it. We know that that's very important, and the more that we can get people to understand that, the better people feel about the individual products themselves, and the more equity that we can build into it as a corporate brand. We also, which is one of the reasons I'm here today, is to talk about how we are a purpose-driven marketing company, or a purpose-driven company overall. We are mission-driven. We are a global financial platform company that gives everyone the opportunity to prosper. You will hear in almost every single meeting, we first like to talk about what is the customer problem that we're trying to solve. And two, how do we help that customer, be them a consumer that's trying to work on their taxes, being a consumer who's just trying to manage their finances, or be them a small business or self-employed person? How do we help them move on that path to prosperity? It's embedded in every single thing we do. It's embedded in the technology that we develop. It's embedded in the marketing messages that we put into market, and it's embedded into the product experiences that we have. There are a few key pain points that we bring up all the time that we're very acutely aware of. Number one, 40% of Americans struggle to cover $400 emergency. If they have an emergency, if their car breaks down, they would struggle to cover that $400 payment. Half of small businesses fail within the first 5 years. If small businesses are the bedrock of what America is all about, and we are a global company, but we're mostly in America, we need to increase that. We can't have half of small businesses failing. And a lot of that might be because they're not managing their finances as best as they can. And for most Americans, the annual tax refund is the largest paycheck they can get. So when we come to work every day, what do we think about? How do we get more money in people's pockets? How do we make it less work to get that money in their pockets? And then also, how do we just give them more financial confidence as they manage through that? So that's a lot that I just covered. But when we think about purpose-driven, when we think about moving people along on the path of prosperity, when we think about the major customer challenges and customer problems that people face every day around the world, we think about how can we innovate, how can we build products, and how can we put messages into market that give them financial confidence that they know they can be on that path to prosperity. This is a little video I would like to show. I assume we have video capability, but for the last year and a half, we've been focused on a few different things from an Intuit marketing and branding standpoint. First off, we talked a lot about our prosperity hubs about a year and a half ago. This is obviously pre-COVID. We have a handful of communities around the US that we are investing in. We're investing in job creation, job readiness, climate change in those areas, and just really doing everything we can to increase the prosperity of those communities. We all then moved into, as COVID sadly hit, we moved into financial guidance. A lot of people weren't sure exactly what to do. We wanted to give them, using our customer stories, we wanted to give them as much financial confidence and guidance as they could to weather that storm. So you're going to see a little bit of that embedded in this video. So if it's whoever's running these slides, if they could start the video, that'd be fantastic. Sure. See if that ability. And that's okay if not. There you go. Appreciate whoever is managing this. Thank you very much. Get some volume. So imagine some storytelling here. I'll tell the story. This is one of our customers. She speaks to, that was another customer. This is a gentleman by the name of Paul. And both of them really talk about the fact that two of the things that they learned were transparency and asking for help. They were small business owners. They were starting down a path, hit some hard times. And then they realized that more than anything, what they could do is one, talk to other people and lean on other people. They were very independent, very proud people. But they realized that there's people and places that you can turn to. And the more that you can be transparent, the more that you can talk to others, the more that you can lean on certain people for help, the better. So sorry that you didn't get that the sound behind that, but really, that falls right into the line of the more that Intuit can show the investment in communities, the experiences that we're trying to provide, and the experiences that we're trying to promote, and then ultimately, again, the confidence that people that can have working with Intuit. So just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of some of the marketing that we're doing. Where we continue to go down is we know that, the financial crisis that we're going through right now, we know that COVID isn't going away tomorrow. There was an announcement, of course, of the possible vaccine yesterday, which is fantastic news. But we know that people are still going to have some hard times trying to get through. So the more that we can continue to provide financial guidance, show our investment in communities, show our investment in people, show our investment in small businesses, the more we can hopefully get people to understand how we continue to live and breathe our purpose every single day through both our products, our people, our marketing. Okay, on to the next slide. Thank you forever again. There's a few key things. A lot of people are talking about trends, and in some ways, these are going to seem like the most obvious trends in the world. But we like to talk about them for two reasons. One, they're global trends, irrelevant of the world and business that Intuit is in, and TurboTax and QuickBooks and Mint, but also very relevant in the sense that we feel as a platform-driven company, an AI-driven company, and a financially driven company, that these are areas that one, we are driving and we are supporting, and also two, that will help support our business and the benefits that we're trying to bring to our customers. So the first of the three big trends that we see, that many see, is the move to a virtual world. We know that there will be a time, of course, and we look forward to the day when there's more physical aspects of life, when you can get back to real life, when you can get back to the office, when you can spend more time with people, not necessarily wearing a mask. But we also know that some of the behaviors and some of the trends that were already on a path have accelerated by 5, if not 10 years. Just the capabilities that people have at their fingertips now, and the experiences and the understanding that they have. I mean, the most famous example, of course, is probably Zoom. In the sense that, from 10-year-old people to 7-year-old people, they are now finding better and more important and more interactive ways to communicate with each other. But there really is a long list of ways that people are finding to, get better experiences from a virtual world. And we at Intuit are very focused on that also. We have our live experts that are people both on the tax side as well as the accounting side, who can find easy ways to interact with people who are looking for some very quick or some long advice, again, in both the world of taxes as well as accounting. Accelerating money off. Money, for lack of a better term, is what makes the world go round. Sadly, I know that's not necessarily the most popular statement in the world, but really it is how value is exchanged around the world. We're finding new and better ways to exchange value. And that is happening on any device that you might want. And that is happening very quickly, very easily, and most importantly, very securely. And we are at the corner of that also. And people need access to cash flow to keep their businesses alive. So we're working very, very hard to make sure that as money moves and as money needs to move faster, that we at Intuit and with our products are continuing to find ways to securely and efficiently and effectively move money to those customers. And then lastly, again, with the whole online aspect, online and omnichannel commerce. Like everyone talks about it. I get 3-4 boxes a week coming to my house that weren't coming before. We are finding ways with which to do our shopping, ways with which to engage with markets, ways to which engage and purchase products in ways that we might not have considered before. Maybe we did it, but maybe not at the speed and the time that we do these days. But we're really finding that Intuit, that is happening. And then the more we can work, we work with so many small businesses, the more we can work to make sure that they are capable and allowing omni-channel and online commerce, the better. So these are 3 trends that we see are just accelerating and we are very confident are not going to go away. Again, just to repeat them, the move to a virtual world, money offerings accelerating, and omnichannel and online commerce. So just to kind of summarize, what are the things I hope you take away from, other than the fact that it's sometimes hard to do video over Zoom or over WebEx? But 3 things I really like you to take away is that we fundamentally believe, and I see all over the marketplace, whereas building brand equity has been talked about for decades now, building reputation is essential. We know and believe that people want to not just buy good products, they want to buy good products from good companies. And so the more that you can continue to promote what you stand for as a company, the more that you can talk about purpose-driven and mission-driven factors, we are very confident, as long as you also have very good products, which we at Intuit feel good about, the more that you can do that, the more you can build both equity in your products and reputation of your company, we believe your businesses and your brands can thrive. Building on that exact point, being purpose-driven helps, but it's not just in your marketing, it's not just building in your reputation, it's how you do business every single day. We talk about all the time, from our engineers to our product people, to our marketing people, to our sales people, is we spend every single day thinking about what's the customer problem we're trying to solve, how do we come up with the best solution, and how do we support ultimately our belief that everyone has the opportunity to prosper. And we believe because of that, we do better, we have better products, and we do better marketing, and ultimately we are a better company with better people. And again, fall in love with the customer problem. I know it sounds kind of odd sometimes, but we really, people talk about it the day, what it means to be customer driven. But if ultimately, just like Scott Cook did in 1983 with his wife, looking at their checkbook, thinking that there must be a better way, fall in love with the customer problem, come up with the best solution, see if you can improve the experience of that, and ultimately everything else will fall in line. So again, in hindsight, please understand that, and support the fact that reputation is really where we all should be heading for. We want good companies with good products. Being purpose-driven helps you be better and more purposeful and more prioritized in everything you do every single day. And ultimately, what we all should be doing in business is trying to solve customer problems. Thank you. So apologize for some of the hiccups with the presentation, but we're going to do a little fireside chat with Brandon Friesen, who is the CEO of Just Media. They're a media and marketing performance-driven agency. I've had a couple chances to talk with Brandon. He's a fantastic guy, so I look forward to the next 15 or 20 minutes to chat with him.
All right, nice to see you, Stephen. Can you hear me all right?
I absolutely can. Good to see you, Brandon.
Yeah, good to see you as well. Thanks for that background. So there's a lot of things going on in our world these days. Let's start with some fun stuff. So first of all, I love the tribute to your father. I really appreciate that, and that you mentioned that cause. I have a fun question around it though, which is how many days growth is that on the mustache? Let's hear how long you've been.
I am a rule follower. The ultimate rule of Movember, which many people don't follow, is some people like to get a running start. I started on November 1st. So on November 1st, I did a clean shave. So it's 10 days of growth. I should have given myself a running start, but I'm if you ask anyone that knows me, I'm a rule follower.
All right, no cheating. I like that. There's too many people that just fake it with shave the beard or whatever, leave the mustache.
Exactly. I'm not that guy.
So let's do some more kind of fun get to know you questions, Stephen. I mean, you have a very impressive background. But what can you just tell us a little bit more? I'm going to ask you some fun questions.
Sure.
Okay. So what makes you laugh the most these days?
Schitt's Creek.
Schitt's Creek.
I think the facial expressions of the son, David, and the way that Moira, the mother, talks, if you can make, and the writing is incredible, but if you can make me laugh 5 times in 20 minutes, you've done a good job. And I easily do that every single time I watch that.
Yeah, I concur. Also a big fan. So good answer. Answer is approved. It's the season. Pumpkin spice, yes or no?
No. This morning, my daughter was very happy to find out that the peppermint drink was at Starbucks. So I had a peppermint drink, but I'm pretty much normally just a straight up coffee guy. So no, I'm not a pumpkin guy.
All right. I think peppermint's allowed. I woke up to a house smelling of pumpkin pancakes this morning. So that was pretty good. I appreciated that. What's been your favorite place to live, Stephen?
I've had the privilege and luck to live in some amazing places. So the list, it's a healthy list, which is amazing. I grew up in the East Coast, lived in Washington, D.C., lived in California. And as I said earlier, Singapore and Melbourne, but I would say Melbourne was probably my favorite. Melbourne had, the perfect mix of a healthy, vibrant city, a great beach life, good coffee. They're very proud of their coffee, great wineries. They love their sports and they have good food and good schools. So really, they touched on a little bit of everything. So I had the most fun there probably.
Yeah, very nice. Great to hear. And you didn't have to learn a new language, which is nice.
No. And actually, just someone said I even developed a little bit of an accent, but that's been gone now. So I've been back for 5 years. So.
Yeah, very cool. Okay, last one along these lines. But who's your hero, Stephen?
Oh, wow.
It's a big one, and I did not prep you, by the way, with that question. So, in fairness, I did not.
I mean, I sometimes I have a little bit of recency bias, but I would have to say Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I just, when you think about a demure, a small woman with such a big voice who can make such a big impact in such a, for lack of a better term, a harsh world, and what she had to face. And just being as strong as she absolutely was. So I was just, I've been inspired by, what she's done for the last 40 years, but more importantly, the legacy that she'll leave behind. I think legacy is incredibly important. So I feel her legacy every single day. So, I would put her as an inspiration right now and a hero.
Yeah, that's a great one. And I think we can all learn lessons from
yes,
her. So.
Absolutely.
It's actually a good segue, okay? Because
I was also going to say Larry Bird, but that's that's an easy one. So
well, it was funny because whoever was showing your video, they were clearly a sports fan because all the upcoming YouTubes were like different. But and by the way, slides and video, it wouldn't be 2020 if we didn't have some type of technical difficulty.
That's all good.
So it's perfectly allowed these days. So Stephen, you talked a lot about being a purpose-driven brand and purpose-driven marketing, and I love this notion of good companies with good products. Can you just go a little bit deeper for the audience here on kind of how you defined a purpose-driven brand and any recommendations you would maybe have for others that are leaning into that?
Yep, and I'll try to steer away from cliches, but I might throw in a couple. First off, it's interesting. I'll talk about an interesting conversation that I had with my manager, Lara Balash, who's the CMO and general manager of our partnership group. Very, very fantastic marketer. When I first got the job, we talked about purpose driven, and I said, "Hey, I didn't join this just to talk about social responsibility, right? I didn't. My goal is not just to talk about, and for lack of better, and with all due respect to the Bank of America of the world, great brand, great business. I didn't want to just, and they do great product marketing also, just do the kid riding down on his bike down the street, and leaves falling. That wasn't what I wanted to do. And then we talked a lot about it. And she said, Stephen, we're not, again, let's move Bank of America. So I don't want to put them in a bad category at all because they're in a great category. But she's like, this isn't about us just trying to come up with good messages and to lure people in and then to sell them a product. She's like, this is about us telling this core of who we are as a company. And, we have purpose every single day as humans, every single day. I'd like to think I wake up every single day thinking about what can I do as an individual, as a husband, and as a father, and as an employee. And I have purpose in my life. And I think about that stuff. We at Intuit do the same thing. We have 10,000 people every single day that are thinking to ourselves, not only do we help continue to, help people prosper that have worked with our product right now, but what can we do for them in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years? So the next level down for purpose, driven work, forget about purpose-driven marketing for me, is coming into work every single day thinking, what are we trying to solve and who are we trying to help? And we do that. And so I think that's really the next big thing. So that, the conversation I always think about with Lara was, we're not just trying to tell a story and bring people in. We're trying to tell a story that we think about every single day and let people know and hopefully celebrate who we are at Intuit. So that's what we think about as being purpose-driven, let alone purpose-driven marketing.
Yeah, that's great. So really internalizing it as individuals and as the culture of the brand, really, Excellent. And then telling that story outwardly.
when people come up with product ideas all the time, I mean, the first question will be, but what problem are you solving? And if you can't have a quick answer to that, how are you making the experience better? Then it gets moved to the side.
Yeah, and I think what you talked about with the impact on your customers, like that really comes through. And like, I love how you've been transforming that brand message to really center around being more authentically purpose-driven. And like this obviously matters to people in the world today, right? It matters to consumers, it matters to businesses, who they do business with. What was your process, Stephen, around getting to that singular mission of powering prosperity around the world? It's a really strong message. Like, how did you get there from knowing that we wake up with purpose every day to that being the thing that
in a million years, I won't take credit for that. I'm not even, it's one of those things where, every company has a mission, and I was inspired by the mission as I was first investigating into it. But how do I believe they come up with powering prosperity? It is, those, three primary things I talked about earlier is, just the examples of that most people can't cover a $400 emergency. 50% of small businesses fail in 5 years. The biggest check you might get of the year is your refund check. We believe that people want to prosper. The definition of prosperity is different for every single person, number one. And number two, there is no end point. There is no end point, exactly what prosperity means. But we believe when people are facing those challenges, we strongly believe that they want to be on the path of prosperity. They have purpose for themselves and for their families. And so ultimately, when we thought about whether it's QuickBooks, TurboTax, Mint, or Intuit in general, and the other things that we are doing in the world as Intuit, and some of the things we did about COVID, is we really felt like prosperity was that path that people were on and that we were helping them along.
Yeah, that's great, Stephen. So obviously you embrace this as in a marketing organization, right? And I'm sure you embrace it on the product side and in sales and across the org. So, this is a fireside chat and a session primarily with marketers here today, right? With brand innovators. So I'm curious, like within Intuit, where does marketing fit, right? In the greater org structure, right? Because a lot of brands, and we work with a lot of companies, tech companies, Silicon Valley, all these things, and they talk a lot about product and sales, and like, where does marketing fit next to product and sales, and how does that help fuel growth? So yeah, how's marketing seen inside the organization there at Intuit?
To use a goofy term, it's got a very big seat at the very big table. Lara Balash is part of the CEO, what we call the CEO staff, and then every level down is for example, the QuickBooks and TurboTax, we call them the small business and self-employed group, and the consumer group, they oversee sales as well. And so marketing is seen as a fundamental driver of the business, a fundamental builder of the brand, incredibly connected to sales. So yes, a lot of people, nonchalantly say, oh, sales and marketing and product and marketing, but really it's one big group of people who are working together. So product is seen, is invested in, and is seen as a strategic driver of the business. So it's a very healthy place to work from a marketing standpoint. I couldn't be more proud.
Yeah, that's great. And that's huge, in my opinion, as a competitive advantage, because we've seen it time and again when marketing doesn't have a big seat at the big table, companies don't excel as much and aren't as successful. So that's great to hear you have that.
As I quickly starting to add a bit, as I quickly referenced, I spent some time in sales at both Xerox and Oracle. Great brands, great businesses. But to see how connected the sales team is with the message that the marketing team is putting out, and how connected the marketing team is with the product that's putting out at Intuit, it just makes you really feel real proud that the same message that is on the street, that is in the boxes of the products, or in the software, let alone going on TV or vision, it's all a similar thread. So it makes me feel very good.
Yeah, that's cool. So let's talk about a little bit about your customers and how they're engaging with your brand these days, right? Like you talked about, we've all been forced into our homes. Many of us have been forced into our homes, right? Like we're both doing this from our homes, and we've seen a massive shift in media consumption habits, right? It's like business has collided in living rooms across the world, right? And so, you talk a lot about digital transformation, what your SMB clients going through, what the individual customers are going through. Are there any kind of commonalities or themes you see from your customers these days and how you're addressing them through marketing based on this fact that kind of these business and consumer worlds are colliding?
I mean, I can speak relatively intelligent about what other brands are probably seeing and or what I'm reading about, but what we're definitely seeing it into it is a desire to engage. Okay, that's everyone talks about that, right? Engagement. But when we think about what is happening in the world, when we think about the messages that we're trying to put out, yes, we use short form video. Yes, we try to use little quips to get people to engage and take action. But ultimately, what they're trying to do is learn about you and engage with you. And so the more, we know that the Intuit story, while it's a very powerful story, we know it takes a little bit of time to tell that story. And what we're ultimately trying to do is find the right means to get people to take action on our website, in our blogs, with our products to really learn more. Yes, of course, as a for-profit business, we want them to buy the products, but we're really using, and I think this is where you were going, we're really using channels and areas where people can both quickly get what they want, but then go do and spend more time with that. So whether, the measurements we are constantly looking at, besides just building brand reputation, video completion, video engagement, things like that. So we don't think the world is necessarily ready for a 5-minute video. Not many people have that patience, but we also know that they are willing to read in wherever format that they can, as well as engage with maybe 30 to a minute long video in certain channels.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're making the brand accessible, whether it's snackable light content or telling a deeper story.
We don't want them to take too many steps to get to that longer story. We know that we'll lose them at some point. So we're in every single channel. We're trying to engage with people in every single channel, but really more than anything, we're trying to get them to the long form.
Yeah, that's great. Can you chat a little bit about how you approach campaign planning, Stephen? Right? I mean, I think historically it was like, let's come up with a big creative idea and a 15 and a 30 and we'll push it out to the world, right? It's like, it doesn't work like that anymore, right? It's like proliferation of digital, ad tech, million ways to engage with your customers, right? So are you seeing more of an alignment between like what you're doing from a creative and content perspective, planning in conjunction with the media channels and data and targeting, and like, how's that all coming together more from a planning approach? And has it changed like over the years? Did you see it more in silos before, and are you seeing it come together more closely?
Well, first, one of the principles, I'm a very principle-driven person. My team would laugh because I probably use that term 5 times a day, is someone told me this line a long time ago, is what might be seen as boring internally is seen as consistent externally. And so that's number one, is I'm not always a big fan of coming up with new stuff and new ideas. We at Intuit, as I mentioned very early on, the Intuit brand itself does not have high awareness, does not have high familiarity. We've got some work to do. We need to be consistent with our storytelling and evolve that story. So that's point number one about campaign planning. Point number two is I really believe is, as much as people love to talk about the creative, I start with the media. Where are people, where are engaging? If we do a lot of marketing around our whole company, QuickBooks, TurboTax, and Intuit around the football playoffs. We do it around tax season. We do it. We market all year round. But I love when we really go big bang right around, because it's our peak season from a business standpoint, and it's our peak season from a marketing standpoint. But we use all the channels, right? We depending on the metric that you're trying to solve for, which sometimes it's awareness, sometimes it's a familiarity, and sometimes it's engagement. We use everything from, the QuickBooks and TurboTax brands use TV. We go straight into some of the more social channels, and then we go straight into the, some of the longer form channels like YouTube. So we start with a media standpoint, and then we get into, well, what's the story that you create for each of those? Is it, age old, 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds? So I start, so the main point is we like to build off what we've done before. We like to evolve our media strategy as much as possible. We like to make sure our content is not one size fits all. And then more importantly, we just like to really, like I've said about 100 times on this call, like to make sure that we're tapping into, what is the pain point of the customer that day. As a quick side, our CEO, Sasan Goodarzi, he talks to clients every single day. We are trained to understand and be, on the pulse of what's happening with our clients. And so we also make sure that our messages are relevant for that day. Again, everyone knows that you need to be relevant, but we'd like to think we're on the pulse every single day.
And you have to be more timely in today's world. But
You have to.
yeah, this is music to my ears as a CEO of an agency who kind of had like a 20-year background in media and data. And just in the past couple of years, adding creative and full service, like we kind of took the different approach to it, where it's almost like media and data thinking, and then thinking about creative and content and what message makes sense, and getting away from the one size fits all. So that's,
Well, thanks for bringing
that for that
data.
question, but it's big validation.
A gap in our business, but our biggest focus is MarTech as much as anything, right? The more that we can be, one of the things that we're trying to make sure is if someone comes to intuit.com because they want to learn something and then decides that they want to go over to TurboTax or decides that they want to go over to QuickBooks or Mint, that we are able to travel them, meaning they don't have to re-sign in, right? Then there's personalization, so we're trying to make sure that as we think of ourselves, we call ourselves, as I had early on, as a platform company. As an individual moves around on that platform, we follow them, and not in a spooky way. We just follow them because they don't want to sign in again. And two, it's personalized as much as possible. So yeah, we're not just in how we're marketing externally, but when people are engaging with our products and our platform, we want to make sure that they feel as though we know who they are, as if they were walking through a physical store.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? And I think consumers in this world, you have certain expectations in how you engage with a brand and what that experience is like. And you target a lot of businesses and SMBs and others, and they expect that same experience that they would in the consumer world, right? In that B2B world.
If they're going to give you their data once, they don't want to give it to you a second time. And third, they want to know that it's safe and being used in an appropriate way.
Yeah, that safety, I think, is a huge thing. So you kind of touched on customers a little bit. We saw it in the film. There was no sound. You did a great job of narrating without sound, by the way. But your customers, like you said, your CEO talks to customers every day, right? To help tell the Intuit story. How important is that you represent real life customers to tell your brand story? Like how do you think about that?
We in our marketing, in our storytelling, let me just give a few examples. Is when we have what we do, our state of the companies, we almost always have a customer present to tell a story about what they're going on. As part of our business, we have something called Follow Me Homes. Not as popular right now, but from the Scott Cook days to Brad Smith to all of our CEOs, we've preached. There's so many famous stories of someone going into a store or in different, in today's world, and saying, "Hey, can I follow you home and understand how you do your business?" So we practice Follow Me Homes. To this day, many of our businesses, and then we're sharing those insights, are talking to our customers every single day to understand their pain points. So again, I feel I'm probably a little bit of a broken record, but we take those insights, we share those stories, we try to video it wherever possible, and we share those videos, and then that becomes the inspiration for both our products and our marketing. So again, I'm a broken record, but it's preached and practiced from the top all the way through.
In marketing, that's what you got to be, a broken record. And I love that you're coming at it from an insights perspective as well. I think that's extremely important, that you're leading with those insights behind your customers, and then everything's flowing from there. So just one more question from me, Stephen, and then we'll open it up to the broader Q&A. I already see some questions coming through, and anyone listening, please do chat over your questions. But coming on 40 years in business, which is really impressive. I think when we were chatting earlier, I was like, boy, Intuit's been around for that long. Like I think of it actually as a more modern brand in many ways, and especially when you look at some of your sub brands. But when thinking about taking your brand into the next decade, what part of that legacy do you want to keep in your history, and where is it important for you to blaze new trails?
The legacy will be, there's got to be a better way, right? The legacy that we have will be first and foremost. Second will be the reinvention. We went from DOS to packaged software to AI driven software. So what I hope people in 10, maybe even less years think about when they think about Intuit is that is a purpose-driven company that is looking for better ways, that is building a platform on which people can do business better. And wherever the business world goes, if we can reinvent and disrupt ourselves as we've been known to do, we're very, very comfortable disrupting ourselves. which is hard because if you disrupt yourself, then you lose some of what you might have stood for in the past.
Right.
But if you're not just known for one product and or one aspect of that product, for example, I told you how I worked at Xerox. I mean, great business, great product. They're known for being copiers, and they've struggled to some degrees moving into the next generations of either services or other things. But they built a great business and a great brand off that. We hope, and I believe we soundly can, use the power of the corporate brand to be known for what we're trying to do across the platform, while building off equity brands that we've had for a while, QuickBooks, TurboTax, and Mint, and coming up with new brands and new products. And I think the more that we can introduce off of old products, for lack of a better term, or new products, new services, we will continue to evolve and build our brand.
Yeah, I love that. And I love that homage to history of like, there has to be a better way. I had that visual of that table, that kitchen table you showed, right? And like, it sounds like you haven't been resting on your laurels, right? You keep asking yourself that question over and over. There has to be a better way to keep that reinvention going. So that's really cool.
Yeah, our kitchen table is the HP or the Google Drive way or the garage, and we really celebrate it every single day.
That's great. Nina, are we running over? Do we have time for Q&A?
I think that we may not have time for more Q&A. But one question is fine. So go ahead with one.
Apologize for some of the hiccups at the beginning again. Thank you, Nina.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. Okay, one question. So I'll take the first question in queue. Reaching Gen Z isn't about having a solid TikTok strategy. What other types of new media and what content should brands be leveraging to reach younger audiences these days?
I mean, it's so hard because I don't have a perfect answer to that, in the sense that I don't think about the latest, greatest, right? TikTok, Twitch, whatever you call it, there's so many cool things. I just think about the fact that if you can have standout images that are also, you use the term authentic, and that can capture someone's interest, that are built for the channel. I mean, again, weak answer, and I apologize. Whether you're Gen Z, Gen X, or whatever, is we believe that people want to see authentic messages that touch on what they're going on in that day. So I agree. We shouldn't, you shouldn't go to TikTok just because that's who your target audience is. You should go because you believe TikTok is a place that you can deliver short form messages that are appropriate. So again, that's probably a very weak answer, and I apologize, but we don't think about let's go to where the fish are. We think about where's the channel that has the best opportunity to deliver the message that we want to deliver.
And staying authentic about your brand. So
Absolutely.
That's great. So thank you, Stephen. Nina, you tell us where we go from here.
I mean, I think that was a really very strong answer, and probably the best way you could end. So Stephen, thank you. I mean, I hope everyone was listening to that, that it's not about where the fish are, but where you can actually deliver the message that you're trying to deliver. So thank you so much, Stephen and Brandon, for joining us today for a great keynote and fireside chat. Stephen, I love that you're thinking every single day about purpose-driven marketing, and the fact that it's the culture of your brand speaks volumes. So thank you
very much. Thanks for the time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Nina. Thanks,
You're doing
Stephen.
great work.
Thank you. So for our next session, we are joined by Jessica Serrano, the Director of Brand Marketing at Taco Bell. And this session will be moderated by Marie LaFrance, the Executive Director of Corporate Strategy at Dash Hudson. So welcome to the stage to Jessica and Marie. They are joining right now. Jessica, I know I'm going to jump on at the end with some questions for you, because one of the first years in history, I can say I watched every game of the World Series, and Taco Bell was all over it. The best marketing I've ever seen. So I might have a few questions about that later.
All right. Sounds
good.
But
I'll let you both take it from here.
I'm fine with you hopping in, Nina. That would be great. Hi, everyone. I'm Marie LaFrance. I'm the Vice President of Strategy for Dash Hudson. I'm really excited to have this chat with Jessica. I, too, am fascinated by Taco Bell's activities in the marketplace. And we're actually going to kick off with a little icebreaker question. I know Taco Bell customers are diehards, right? And they have a lot of opinions. So I want to hear from you, Jessica. What's your favorite Taco Bell menu item?
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one. I think my go-to is definitely a steak quesadilla, and everyone has their Taco Bell ritual, So for me, it is all about, I'm a spice lover, so I'm a big fan of like my Diablo sauce and my perfect ratio of sauce to quesadilla wedge. So that is definitely a go-to, and I'm always a sucker for our latest freeze flavor as well. So like we just had the dragon fruit freeze, and that was a fun one to go out and try as soon as it launched.
And you've got your packet ritual.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Nice. So we're talking today about digital innovation in marketing. And I think, obviously beyond just the World Series that Nina mentioned, Taco Bell has kind of always been at the forefront at marketing to a young generation, right? And the main place that's happening, it was happening anyway, but now with more people at home and not able to go out and no events, the main communication channel has become social media, right? And it's everyone's sort of connection to the world, whether you're a brand or you're a consumer. So just to introduce myself and Dash Hudson, in case that people participating haven't heard of us, and you've all heard of Taco Bell, but you may not have heard of Dash Hudson, which is fair. Dash Hudson is a visual marketing software. We help brands curate and optimize their visual presence online. We help brands choose the right image, inspire their audience to action, and measure those results. We're really fortunate to work with such great brands from CPG, food, tech, fashion, luxury, retail, beauty, and even some financial services companies. So I'm just going to kick it off with my first real question. Not that the menu item wasn't a real question, but we've been keeping close tabs on the social media performance of several industries throughout this pandemic. Food is actually one of the few that's come out on top. So I'm curious to know what impact you've seen the pandemic and world events have had on the quick service restaurant and food sector.
Yeah, for sure. Well, food is definitely the great equalizer. So during periods of uncertainty, consumers are definitely looking for comfort and consistency. And Taco Bell is definitely one of those brands that people look fondly to in these difficult times. And so certainly we've seen some shifting in terms of the products and the ways that consumers are accessing us. We've always been a little bit more drive-through heavy than in restaurant, but of course, a lot of that traffic has now shifted to the drive-through. And then, of course, people are using digital to access our brand in ways that are unprecedented. And then, like I said, the actual products that they're buying have changed as well. A lot of people aren't commuting to the office anymore. So whereas there used to be this behavior of going through the drive-through for lunch and maybe sitting in your car and eating a Taco Bell $5 box, not as much of that going on. So we're seeing that Taco Bell has entered the consideration set for larger groups for the dinner occasion and delivering and ordering that product for delivery. So a lot of interesting mix shifting within our business. But one thing is for sure is consumers are looking to us as a source of comfort during these uncertain times.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm curious to know, we know that real innovation happens when things are uncertain, right? It's just historically through whatever time period could be a really great time of change. So focusing in on digitally specific, how have you guys been able to innovate in terms of your brand strategy online this year?
Well, innovation in general is a deeply ingrained part of the DNA of our brand. And we, from a calendar team perspective, are always on the relentless pursuit of that next big food innovation. And so I think what has been really cool during these times is that our digital team is fueled by that same culture. And so, like you said, it goes without saying, COVID really did accelerate the need to innovate digitally for brands, especially in the QSR space. But I think what is exciting for our digital team is now that we kind of have our legs under us, we can start thinking really big about, okay, now that this has become a little bit more ingrained behavior, how can we leverage it and bring to life digital activations that really are going to engage our consumers? And so I specifically lead up the value pillar of our business. So it's really my role to partner with the digital team to identify what are those digital products and points of access for those core value consumers that is going to help bring even more value to that consumer base, whether it's via delivery app or even the new loyalty program that team has just launched. So I think definitely expect to see even more interesting ways to access Taco Bell digitally in 2021.
Cool. Something I learned in preparing for our conversation, Jessica, is that there's actually an independent digital magazine. It's called Taco Bell Quarterly, and it's like a literary magazine. There's everyone on this call should go check it out because I had no idea, and it's like it's kind of like the New Yorker for Taco Bell fans. Not
well
what
said.
one would expect. Yeah, right. I may have read several pieces. But so knowing that that's in existence, you could certainly qualify Taco Bell as being a cult favorite, right?
Absolutely.
When you're talking about your fans, you have really devoted fans. How are you continuing to inspire love and loyalty in that customer base, even in the middle of this rapid shift? I mean, I know you said you had some innovations coming, but how are you maintaining that connection?
Yeah, I actually just organically came across the Taco Bell Quarterly not that many weeks ago. So it is amazing how the brand love shows up in unexpected ways every day. But yeah, I think like when the question around how we tap into that loyalty and fan love it's almost a hard question to answer, because I think like when you start with an agenda of trying to inspire love is almost like trying to go viral, it could be forced. And so I believe that the fan love is really an outcome of the work that we've done to just stay true to our consumer. And so that fan love truly fuels everything that we do. And it's really more of a guardrail and a lens through which we evaluate our steps. So for us, always in the back of our mind is, is this going to resonate with our fans? Is it tonally right? So that's kind of how I would think about it, is it really is a North Star for us. And how we keep our pulse on that is we do spend a lot of time listening. So in some ways, in the formal sense, from like a consumer research standpoint, we invite consumers into our headquarters and we do focus groups with them. We've actually gone out and spent time in the homes of our fans to really understand what is the role that Taco Bell plays in their daily lives. And even things down to social listening, which is really ingrained in the entire culture of the team. So, we just launched a new experience. By experience, I mean new product window a couple of days ago. And I can tell you, like, the first thing that everyone on the team does is go to Twitter and just get a sense for, what is the social conversation around the latest product launch, and what are they liking? What are they, frustrated by? So it is very much ingrained in our culture that we're always spending time listening to and keeping them at the forefront of every decision that we make.
Yeah, that's so important. And I think it's interesting, a couple years ago, everyone thought social listening was just like word clouds or like, red light, green light. And like, it really there is no piece of tech that can solve for that. It takes someone who understands the brand and understands the consumer to really dig deep on that. And you can get a sense immediately if something's positive or negative, right? But it really needs that brand expert's eye on it, I think. And we talk a lot at Dash Hudson actually about your Instagram following is, interestingly enough, like a really great focus group. They're giving you information all the time about what they like and what they don't. You could just tell based on the engagement of one of your posts if it's a winner or not, Yeah. So that's really where we root all of our work, is in the Instagram space. So I'm interested to know what kind of tactics you guys are using to talk to your community on social media beyond just listening on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, we have a best-in-class social team, and they are deeply dialed into this highly engaged community. And of course, they engage and respond in all the ways that you would expect a social team to do. That's table stakes, right? But I think that they are so lucky, to your point, to have such an engaged fan base that provides not only feedback to what we're doing, but honestly content that they're excited to amplify, right? So like, if you looked at our feed this week, they have this new feature, Monday Muses, where they share Taco Bell fan art of people who use the hashtag that they socialize. We have our Wallpaper Wednesdays. Like, there's a lot of different tools that they use to kind of put up a mirror to our community and thank them for engaging us. And I think that keeps that loop, kind of going both ways. And honestly, you could do like a whole separate session just with our social team alone and go on and on about how they are harnessing the very special relationship that they have with our community.
Yeah, I wish more brands would do that, honestly, like loosen the reins a little bit and let the community see themselves reflected in your work, you know, particularly when in every industry. It's not just, you know, the really tight knit ones with fashion luxury, like it's food too, you know, like people want to see their work and they want to see themselves reflected in that space. And it's just the nature, right? Like you said, it's table stakes. So loosening the reins and like that, I think is really cool.
Yeah. And they keep us honest too. Like, you know, they let us know, hey, you know, the community is up in arms about, you know, this or that. And so it's definitely a two-way means of communication. And I think our social team has a lot of accountability that they hold themselves to and us as well. Yeah,
actually, that's a really good segue to another question I had about, you know, community being a two-way street and how you guys think about creating value for your community. I know value can have we could talk different definitions of value, right? But specifically value to your community.
Yeah, of course. When you say value, I immediately go to it in like the most direct sense of the word, which is like what we do at the end of the day is deliver great food that happens to be an affordable price. Like that is what we think of when we define value. But I think the value equation is evolving. And so it is no longer just about, you know, having the everyday absolute lowest price, but it's about giving our consumers the best value for their money. And so we spend a lot of time, you know, listening and engaging with our community about what is it in the broader category that they think is the best value and where to talk about play into that. And I think we're proud to hear from them that they still consider us to be really leaders in the fact that we still have a value menu and we offer these $5 boxes, and, you know, bundled value is everywhere in the category. But what we hear from our consumers, what really stands apart is the total experience that they get when they order something like a $5 box from us, because, you know, it's not like a junior size version of a menu item, and it's not just thrown into a bag. I mean, you get access to full size Taco Bell favorites, curated in a beautiful box. And then how that shows up from a social perspective is it makes you feel excited about the value that you're getting and you want to share it. And so we see people sharing their, you know, box experiences with their friends on social media platforms as well. So I think we think about value kind of all the way around, and digital is expanded that equation even more, right? So other ways that consumers think about value is, can I order it ahead? Can I, you know, have it delivered to my door? Can I pick it up via curbside? And so we're continuing, you'll see in our creative, to remind consumers of all the different ways that we are providing access to that value today.
It's interesting. Something that just popped into my mind when you were talking about the box is a different way of looking at ROI, right? Like, it's ROI for the consumer, but it's ROI for you too. So it's not just about like, well, what's the cost of this packaging versus the value price, right? It's like you get so much more out of making that experience special for the consumer. And that's where you can really take digital information about your audience and what they're sharing and stuff and add that into your overall evaluation of something, right?
Yeah, definitely. Because of course, the you know, there's a cost associated with that box, but it also is a really important real estate opportunity for us to, you know, talk back to those consumers. So sometimes you'll see us do flow through of beautiful, you know, new packaging graphics to help once again amplify that experience. So yeah, that's a really good point.
Mm-hmm. So obviously your social media presence, but I think in general, Taco Bell's always been great at marketing to its younger demographic, right? And clearly on social media, you're really targeting Gen Z consumers. Does that feel like an accurate assessment? Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're right. We've always been a youth-centric brand, and it's super important to us to keep a pulse on, you know, what's important to the up and coming generation. So historically, we have been a brand that has connected really well with millennials, but you know, we're also seeing with this new up and coming generation of Gen Z that there's some differences in how they want to interact with brands. And from like a food perspective, I think some really clear examples of that would be like, hey, we launched the DLT back in 2012, and that spoke very directly to the millennial consumer. It was a time where we were hearing things like, I value experiences over things, and mashups in food culture. It was the era of the cronut and the ramen burger, right? And so the idea of us partnering with Doritos to bring like the iconic crunchy taco and the flavor of Doritos together was really resonated with that demo. And what we see with Gen Z is, they just have a different relationship with brands. And I think, and they're valuing different things like, food transparency and a little bit more of a slant towards simplicity and just like really clean label and all, and, a lot of other food trends that just maybe feels unique to this generation. And so I think like an example of how we've shifted our calendar strategy to reflect that is, last year, a lot of our competitors were speaking to flexitarians around plant-based alternatives in the burger category. And for us, it was like, well, we've always been the vegetarian players on the street, right? Like you could always come to Taco Bell and get a bean burrito or swap out beans as your plant-based alternative to our beef. So we realized that like sometimes it's just about amplifying what you've always done really well. And I think social has been a good opportunity for us to showcase how it is that our fans already hack our menu to reflect a food trend that is really important to this generation. And so now we're seeing a lot of amplification of things like our black bean crunch wrap, which is amazing. And like, that's, I think, the power of speaking to that generation on social is that they can help amplify things that feel really organic and true to us and not just kind of like jumping on a bandwagon trend in a way that feels inauthentic.
Totally. I mean, I hear the word authenticity bandied about all the time. And it's like, people are really putting their heads together for how do we make sure we're authentic? It's like, you described it really well. Just go back to what your strengths are and speak to those. And then you'll get a quality following of people who care about that. For sure. I can say like my intro to Taco Bell was when I was a vegetarian. That became my fast food option, and it was great. And it really, that's why I love Taco Bell today, was because I was eating bean burritos. And now I eat all the things, but
no, I love hearing that.
Yeah, it's great. And it's an actually authentic story, and it's not, hyper targeting a niche audience. It's not overthinking it. It's just something that happens to be in your portfolio, and letting customers amplify it while you do the same thing, and like kind of co-storytelling that way is really cool. I want to hear a little bit more about how you're leveraging and amplifying that customer love. I know experiences have kind of, like you said, first of all, not only is it like a generational change in terms of experiences over things, but since COVID-19, like experiences have kind of gone out the window. So tell me a little bit how you've modified your strategy there.
Yeah, I think what that has kind of forced us to do is get a little bit more clever in how do we tell stories that people feel like they can experience from their comfort of home, and utilizing the power of social to do that. So, I'll tell you, Xbox is an example of a partnership that we've done the last several years, and we just wrapped up our promotion this year. And I just got an email today with like a ton of videos that were shared on social of people unboxing their Xbox. And so, that is a really fun piece of the partnership, because I think sometimes with these brand giveaways, the community goes, is it real? Like, did anybody really win that? And so that's what I love about our Xbox partnership is over time, we've made it a point to make the win a little bit more instantaneous, so that our community is sharing like, it's real, I got one. And, and we have our design team design this beautiful box so that they can have an unboxing experience and share it with, the rest of the gaming community and the Taco Bell fan community as well. So that's kind of the name of the game today, is how do you help people to have these experiences through the lens of others, and social has always been a tool to do that, but it's become increasingly important in this era.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, I'm mindful of our time, but I would love for you to, we had talked about this when we were prepping, but I'd love for the audience to hear you talk a little bit about the Taco Bell Hotel too, because that was really cool.
Oh, yeah. So last year we did have the Taco Bell Hotel, which was really just like an ode to, it's like the Willy Wonka, like if you could just imagine like a perfect world that embodied everything that we love about Taco Bell, from the wallpaper to the bed linens to the menu. The fans that came and stayed in the hotel got to eat exclusive products that were designed around the things that people love about our menu the most. And so that was a beautiful expression of fan love. And it's a good example to your point of, I think it sold out within 2 minutes. So there were a lot of people that were upset that they weren't going to get to experience that in person. Of course, it was pre-COVID, but it was a good opportunity for the social team to figure out ways to really help the community feel like they were there, even when they weren't, with just, beautiful content. I mean, we had synchronized swimmers and performances that they were able to amplify on social channels. And then also some exclusive merchandise that allowed people to buy into some pieces that tapped into that memorabilia, from beautiful swimsuits to hotel robes. So I think they did a really good job of making the experience shareable for people who weren't there in person.
Yeah, and what a good structure to learn from, as we're in a place where we can't actually go to the Taco Bell Hotel. Everything is virtual now.
Yeah,
which is a challenge. So we're coming up on holiday, so everybody knows. I'm curious to know how you guys approach your seasonal marketing, and if you have a strategy for holiday seasons or different seasonality for you guys.
Yeah, it's probably a funny question to ask in the QSR space as compared to, the retail space, right, where everything kind of hinges on Black Friday and from there. But for us, I would say we consider the beginning of our holiday season. We kick it off what we call Season of Giving with our National Taco Day, which is actually in October. And so this year we got to amplify National Taco Day with a new launch, which is our Taco Gifter. And it gave consumers the opportunity to give the gift of a taco to a friend. And what I loved was the insight that behind that product launch that team came up with was like, it's gotten kind of meaningless to wish somebody a happy birthday or congratulations when everyone's getting these Facebook notifications or LinkedIn reminders. And so how could we give some people a tool that felt a little bit more a thoughtful way to congratulate somebody on the everyday? And that's that was the beauty of the Taco Gifter launch. And so I think you'll continue to see us innovate off of that product platform with new ways to give the gift of tacos. And then another big tentpole of our Season of Giving is Friendsgiving. Our social team started this tradition many years ago, before I started with the brand, where they would invite influencers and really brand fans to come into our Taco Bell headquarters and partake in a Friendsgiving that was this beautifully crafted menu inspired and designed by a member of our food innovation team. And, it was just a really great way to end the year and thank the community. And so obviously this year, the team's going to have to get a little bit more creative about, like we spoke about, how to bring that to life virtually. And so I think you'll see some things like recipes that they'll be amplifying of how people can bring that to life in their own Friendsgivings, whether they're doing those via Zoom or smaller, quarantine pods. So yeah, even though we're not a traditional holiday brand, we definitely have some ways that we try to, get in the spirit with our fans.
Yeah, that's great. Friendsgiving makes perfect sense. Totally logical. I love it. We have a couple questions from the audience. And what's interesting is you kind of segued into one of them there about influencers. So someone asked, hang on, let me just find it. Do you guys explore paid influencers or paid sponsored content at all in your communications?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Was that the end of the question?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Fun. Yeah.
Oh, easy.
Yeah, let me find a follow-up that's good in this. We got a lot of really good questions. Let's see. really like this one. But how can brands that have been around for hundreds of years, or as many years as Taco Bell has been around, stay relevant and attract new audiences without sacrificing your brand identity?
Yeah, that's a great question, an age-old one, and I think it's kind of I think Taco Bell is a great case study of that. We've been around, since the '60s, so not 100 years, but many generations, and so we are constantly having to reevaluate our relationship with consumers. And I think it really kind of just comes down to the listening that we talked about, and always keeping our pulse on what's important to them and being willing to adjust. Sometimes I think brands, you don't know you've missed the boat until it's too late. And so we're talking about, the next generation, even after that, alpha, and starting to have those conversations and understanding what is going on in the landscape that could potentially shape their worldview. So it's about thinking ahead and constantly challenging your assumptions and feeling uncomfortable, and thinking about, what are areas and categories that may feel radical today but won't in 10 to 15 years. So just really being able to make the time and space to think about, what isn't currently part of the plan, honestly.
Yeah, that's so interesting, because I think sometimes we get so tactically minded as marketers. It's interesting. Another question is, reaching Gen Z isn't just about having a solid TikTok strategy. What other types of new media and what content should brands be leveraging to reach younger audiences? And before you answer that, I want to bring back what you just said, which is, yeah, we have to think about what kind of content we're using now, but making space to think big and think about their worldview, and like understanding the generation before you get into the tactical space, I think is such an important workflow for any marketing team. But the question is, what sort of platforms and content should brands be leveraging, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, of course, TikTok is the topic du jour, and I think that our social team does a really good job of showing up on that medium in a way that makes sense for that audience. And sure, it can be easy for brands to kind of back into those strategies and go, oh, this is where they need to be, and so that's where we're going to go and try and, I don't know, generate content in a way that may not really be authentic to that audience. But I think it's helpful when you have a social team that really does have a good pulse on who the community is and what's important to them, and that they're looking at best practices from other brands, both inside and out of the category. Like, we don't have all the answers, right? But when you allow your strategy to be driven by the consumer and what's important to them and the broader culture, that's where authenticity comes from, not from like a top down of, we must, be where Gen Z is.
Yeah. Really good point. I'm going to ask two more questions. One is, many brands have drastically reduced media budgets over the past few months. How has your paid media plan adjusted?
Well, one thing that is unique to the QSR category when you are in a franchise business is that we actually, have pretty firm guardrails in place in terms of what is expected to deliver for our franchise, customers, right? Like, we owe it to them to spend. That's what they're buying into as a part of a franchise agreement. But to shift the question, I think, our media team is constantly looking at, how do we deliver the most efficient plan? And so there is a lot of work being done to evaluate the marketing mix. And one of the things that I think one of the big transitions is going from just thinking about kind of a transaction driven mindset of what's going to drive the most traffic into restaurants, but really from a customer mindset, and really thinking about what messages speak to which targets, and how do we want to flight the media to maximize each of those messages by target. So that's kind of a new way of thinking. But yeah, there are some unique dynamics to the QSR category that mean that are different to other categories from a paid media standpoint.
Makes sense. And then last question, it's a fun one. What are your predictions for 2021? Any new trends or anything you're excited about? Or challenges, but I want to hear what you're excited about.
I am excited about the fact that, like we talked about, just the potential for digital to play an even bigger role in our marketing mix. This year it felt a little bit like catch up, and now we're in the stage of dreaming big and thinking what if, and starting to think of really exciting ways to do, like I said, what we do best on the food side, which is really come out with a unique point of view that feels different than our category competitors. So I just can't wait to see how high is high for a brand like Taco Bell that's like still getting our legs under us from a digital standpoint.
Yeah, that's great. And I think, on a note to end on, I thank you to Brand Innovators for pairing us together, because I feel like I learned so much just talking to Jessica. I hope everybody else did too. And I will say, everybody's getting their sea legs in digital, even brands that were born in the DTC Instagram era. This is just, it's a whole new world out there, but I'm excited for 2021 too. I think there's a lot of opportunity.
No, it was fun. I enjoyed the conversation, and I represent for a lot of different functions within our brand as we talk about these different areas of our business, from digital to media to social. So I do my best to cover it all, but there's a lot of really great thinkers behind the work that could each tell you so much more deeper on each of those tactics.
Well, thank you, Jessica and Marie, for joining us today. It was such a great conversation. Jessica, I love the way you're thinking about connecting with your audience and what matters to each generation, specifically with food trends, and speaking to the flexitarians, which is a word I don't hear frequently, but makes sense. It's so smart to amplify what your audience has already been doing with your vegetarian menu, rather than jumping on the bandwagon trends and launching new products. So I love how you're thinking about that. And really, to be the best way to be authentic is to lean on your strengths. And that's what you all are doing. The other thing that really stuck out with me is think about what feels radical today, but may not be radical in 15 years. And it's one of the best ways to innovate, to keep an eye on that. So I think that, we all learned so much from both of you. So thank you for being here. And I'm sure you'll get a lot of follow-up questions on LinkedIn.
Okay, pleasure.
We'll take them.
And we still have a packed day ahead of us. We have many experts coming on board on our virtual stage. A short reminder to our audience that if you have friends or colleagues who want to join, you can simply share today's link and they can join. And now we're going to move on to our next session. So we're joined by Stephanie Browder. Stephanie is the Associate Director of Digital Marketing and E-commerce at Avocados from Mexico. And this session will be moderated by Casey Surin, the CEO of Spaceback. So we're going to welcome Casey and Stephanie to the stage. And while they're coming on, I'm sure everyone is going to be thinking about their next avocado toast as we listen to this. Or maybe that's just me. Casey, what about you? Do you have one in the background there?
Avocado toast?
I mean, it seems appropriate.
Avocado toast is my absolute go-to for breakfast these days. So I am the perfect host for this fireside.
See, I read your mind. I had a feeling.
When you stood behind me, I was actually looking to see if there was some avocado
I actually left an avocado toast for you as a thank you for hosting this panel. I'm one step ahead.
Thanks, Nina. Hey, Stephanie, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing great. Yeah, thanks so much for joining today. So I will introduce myself real quick, and then have you introduce yourself, and then we'll jump into some questions. So I'm Casey Surin. I'm the founder and CEO at Spaceback, and we are a company that helps brands basically recreate social media experiences in ad units. So we see that most brands are heavily invested in content on social media, and display ads a lot of times are more of an afterthought. So we work with a lot of brands to help them power their paid media and a lot of programmatic and display creative through leveraging social media content. So that's what I do. Stephanie, why don't you tell the audience what you do?
Sure. I work for Avocados from Mexico. So we are actually a marketing and promotions board that support all of the avocados that are imported in from Mexico. I've actually been with the company for about 6.5 years now. When I started with the company, I started on the shopper marketing side of the business. Actually, when I started, the company was very new, maybe only 6 months to 12 months old at that time. So, hearing Taco Bell with all their history and everything, we're kind of in the total opposite side of that. We're a very young company. So that first year was really building up the shopper marketing business. I worked alone, kind of the lone wolf there with our trade team, trying to get that off the ground. After I was there for about a year, then I moved over to food service to do the same thing. It was a new piece of the business for us that we hadn't focused on before. So I was actually with our food service business for the last 5 years. And then just about 4 or 5 months ago, I moved over to our digital team. So now I'm working on digital with a focus supporting both our shopper and food service teams, since I have that background on those businesses. But also a big goal of mine is to work on our e-com business this next year. So that's my history with Avocados from Mexico. I've also worked with some other CPG companies with Mission Foods, Dr. Pepper Snapple Group, and Frito-Lay in the past as well. So a pretty longer workflow and longer work history than I would like to admit at this point. But yeah, a little bit about me.
That's great. Thank you. And I assume you're an avocado lover as well. Is that a safe assumption?
Yes, it is a very safe assumption. I definitely buy. I'm definitely in that heavy user category. I probably buy at least 4 or 5 avocados every week because I have to have it, at least every day on a meal or two.
Cool. Yeah. And this is a really fun fireside chat for me because most of the brands that I talked to, it's kind of hard for me to get my head wrapped around how you were saying you don't actually, sell a product.
Mm-hmm.
So can you tell me and our audience a little bit more like how we should think about Avocados from Mexico as an organization? And how does it work? Like, are you just promoting avocados, but the point of sale is wherever? Are there any specific points of sale you're driving consumers to?
Yeah, so we are a marketing and promotions board, as I said. So our goal is really to support our importers, exporters, and growers of avocados. So, like I said, we're not from Mexico. We're based in the U.S. All of our marketing dollars are to be spent in the U.S. And then we actually get an assessment. So for every pound of avocados that crosses the border, we get a certain amount of money, and that makes up our budget for the year. And so, yeah, there's nowhere specific that we really try to get it to, but we focus on retail. We work with Walmart and Kroger and different groups like that to drive their avocado volume. On the food service side of the business, we'll work with a Chipotle or, one day we'd love to work with a Taco Bell on their product and whatnot. And then, we also work with college and universities, different broadliner groups. So really supporting that full array of folks, but not that we're specifically focused just in one area.
Gotcha. That's helpful. And before I jump into the harder questions, I'm just curious, what's special about avocados from Mexico versus just avocados? Or like what are you trying to get consumers to remember about? Yeah.
So the big thing with avocados from Mexico that makes us unique from everyone else is that we have 4 growing seasons. So that means that avocados from Mexico are actually available all year round. So a lot of people tend to fall into the camp of thinking that avocados might just be a summer fruit. But think about all that guacamole you consume during Super Bowl. So the product is actually available all year round. We're actually in our strongest growing season right now. So that's our biggest point of differentiation from some other countries where maybe their peak season might only be those summer months.
Yep. Gotcha. Cool. So let's jump into a little bit more, kind of some specific projects or kind of help me understand a little bit more about, what you're doing in market. 2020 obviously being a crazy year. Are there some examples of projects that you've worked on this year that you and your team have been proud of that you can share?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a crazy year. And when COVID hit and everything went down, I was still on the food service side of our business at that point. And actually, I would say maybe about a month and a half before COVID hit, we actually launched one of the biggest projects I've personally ever worked on in my career, which is we launched a restaurant in Dallas called Avo Eatery. We worked in partnership with Trinity Groves, a group in Dallas. It's a project that we had been working on for a good year and a half or so, and it was developed from the ground up. So, you know, it was doing focus groups and research to understand would people be interested in a restaurant focused on all avocado, trying to figure out what type of menu we would do, you know, where would we fit into the space. We wanted to make sure, you know, even though we're avocado from Mexico, one of the big things we like to always showcase is the versatility of the avocado. So we don't just want people always thinking about guacamole or Mexican food. So we really wanted a concept that went beyond Mexican food and really broadened people's horizons on that front. So, you know, the end of January actually is when we launched the restaurant. Like I said, it was a year and a half in the making. And it was doing exactly what we had hoped it would do at the time COVID hit. Like every week we were gaining more and more traction for it. We were getting a lot of people in the door. We had a lot of excitement around the restaurant. So in a year that was a little bit tough, you know, it was still exciting to be able to launch that restaurant and see what it was. And it's still coming back. Obviously we had a little bit of a struggle in there of, you know, a little bit of especially when everything closed down and people weren't allowed to go in person, we had to switch to an online model really fast and delivery, which wasn't normally in our scope when we were first thinking about it. It was more of a destination restaurant and area. So we had to do a lot of pivoting and thinking on the fly at that point, but we kept it going through COVID, which is great. And it's really starting to ramp back up, and we're starting to see those numbers get back to where we need it to be.
Amazing. And I'm just curious, what are the goals of of the restaurant? You know, I assume a big part of it, like you said, is showcasing and awareness of the avocado. But you know, in terms of like what you're measuring, you know, with the restaurant to validate that it is driving more awareness, you know, I assume it's just not you know, the you know, restaurant bills. But how do you kind of measure those other effects of having a restaurant business?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things with the restaurant that we were thinking about beyond just like the consumer side of things was on the B2B side. And so we are using the restaurant as an incubator to really test out new items. So as we're working with a partner and, you know, they're hesitant about trying a new item on their menu, we're like, hey, we can put it on the menu here, test it out, see how the sales do. You know, obviously we have a full menu of items that we're constantly testing and figuring out which ones are the best sellers, which ones are resonating. And we're able to take all those learnings and share them with our partners and say, hey, did you know that like our hot sandwich with avocado slaw and avocado slices on it, you know, that's our #1 seller. And different things like that we're able to share with our different partners on the B2B side.
Yeah, very cool. And those partners on the B2B side, how are you, can you give an example of kind of a B2B partner and how you work with them? It's really interesting to help them with like product research and stuff, but maybe like kind of the overall scope of those relationships.
Yeah, when we're working on the food service side of the business, I mean, there's a lot of different ways we partner with different groups. Some of them it is being their menu and like innovation arm. Not everyone has that innovation staff, and especially, you know, with COVID, it tends to be that's unfortunately a group that gets hit the hardest as people are having to make cuts and those hard decisions. So we really are an innovation group for folks. So we work with them and come up with different menu items, and like we said, we can test them out. Actually, whenever we do work with someone, we like to put them, you know, test the concepts and make sure that those concepts score well with consumers. So that's something else that we bring to the table is not only are we bringing you new items, but we're also testing them for you. We'll do research with folks. Sometimes it's just as easy or simple as putting together a promotion with them. You know, like if they have avocado already on their menu, we will, you know, develop some sort of a program. Maybe it's a game or a coupon offer or something. We'll do a digital play with it to try to highlight that that item is available to gain more sales, work with their creative and POP at the point of purchase in store. And another like kind of behind the scenes area that we're really working on and testing out is education as well. So avocados can be a little bit tricky to those who aren't familiar with working with them. And even people who are looking at, okay, right now we use maybe a processed product because it's much easier for us to handle. We'll help train them on how they can use fresh product and all the best, you know, practices back of house for them.
Yep, very cool. And let's talk digital more specifically. So obviously, like, you know, 2020 changes to, you know, restaurant and, you know, whether or not you can have people in store. Obviously, a lot of changes on the digital side too.
Mm-hmm.
Can you maybe give a brief overview of kind of the overall digital strategy and what channels and environments you are in, and then also some of the ways that you've adapted to changes in 2020?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things we saw in 2020 is, you know, there was a lot of people that were scared to actually go to the store. I'm not gonna lie, I'm personally one of those people. I have not been to a grocery store since March. I do all of my shopping online now. So that was one of the biggest things that we saw, you know, especially as I move into that e-commerce role, is that e-com side of the business and the adoption rate. You know, we actually saw the rates this year of people that adopted and moved to, you know, trying an online service. Those numbers weren't supposed to be reached until like 2023. And even the sales now that they're projecting in 2025 are double what they were originally projecting before COVID, because you're getting all those early adopters of people who weren't necessarily thinking, you know, or they were going to try it, but they were kind of forced into it. And that adoption cycle is really the hardest part, is to get people to try it the first time. So COVID really did accelerate that online shopping piece. And then what we're seeing is for people that are going in store now, it's a little less leisurely than it used to be. So people that are going in store now are really, you know, they're creating their lists and they're prepared and they're going in and know exactly what they want to get, and they're not straying much from their list. So those impulse purchases are reducing. So one of our key focuses is really trying to get with consumers in that pre-shop phase that they're in, and when they're creating their list, and trying to make sure that we're on the list, you know, through different recipe inspiration and different things as they're meal prepping and planning out their week.
Cool. I'm sure I'm just having pre-COVID flashbacks to being at the grocery store and like squeezing every avocado to get like the perfectly like ripe avocado to take home. And I didn't even think about with COVID and people not shopping for themselves. You know, it's different with avocado. Where a box of cereal, it doesn't matter, but shopping experience is different for an avocado. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we saw on the e-commerce side too that was surprising is we thought there might be hesitancy from people to purchase avocados online, just because of what you said. You know, sometimes if they want to, you know, cook something that night or make a guac that night and they get an avocado in and it's hard, then obviously they can't use it that day, or vice versa. If it comes in ripe and ready to go, but they weren't planning on using it for a few days, you know, we were a little concerned and we weren't sure how people would respond to that. But when we looked at, you know, the penetration on online sales, you know, the average food and beverage category was at like a 6.2% penetration, and avocados were actually above that at 7.9%. So while people might have been hesitant to buy them, I think at the same point they know the nutritional value, and a lot of people wanted just to make sure they were getting the fresh and healthy foods in their basket as well. So that helped with the sales online.
Yep, cool. And then with regards to digital, can you tell us a little bit more about paid digital? Like, do you buy media, like programmatic or other channels? Is that part of your digital strategy?
Yeah, I mean, every program's a little bit different with how we set it up. I would say probably from the short time I've been on digital full time, programmatic and then Facebook seem to be our two biggest buys that we're consistently doing there. Again, it depends on which program and what the goal is. I mean, if it's more on like impressions or whatnot, we'll go a little bit more on the programmatic side. If we're looking, to drive, clicks to something or, get people to sign up for something specific, we might go a little bit more on the Facebook side of things or social side to try to engage with them a little bit more. So it really just varies by program.
Yep, makes sense. Yeah, and if anyone listening in is hungry right now, do not go to the Avocados from Mexico Instagram page, because it's full of like amazing pictures of recipes, and I think there's like 50 different types of guacamole on there. So it's really cool to see your social presence is so strong. With regards to that channel, are you creating content for that internally? Is that something that's done with some of your B2B partners, or how is that being curated?
Yeah, we have some people on our team that actually work specifically on our social channels and Instagram specifically. Actually, right now we're working with a new photographer that we haven't worked with in the past to really try to pump up our Instagram account even more with some really cool photography and to entice people a little bit more, because we know it's so visual. So going away from some of our standard photography of recipes and trying to do some unique things there. So be looking for that in the next few months as we get that up and running. But yeah, it's a combination of in-house and then our agency partners. We do have quite a few groups that we work with on the digital side of the business. Everybody kind of has their own specialty, but I would say on the social side, we do have some great in-house folks who really focus on that.
Cool. And then do you run paid social as well? You mentioned Facebook.
Yeah, for sure. So again, it depends on the program and really what our goals are at the end of the day and KPIs and everything. But yeah, we definitely have a lot of paid social that we're working on.
Yep, cool. Yeah, and I've just noticed, this is neither here or there, but just avocados in like pop art and pop culture. I've been seeing more like avocado Halloween costumes this year popping up on my feeds. I assume that that's good for avocado sales in some way or another, but is that something that you're monitoring as well? And how does your team attribute the overall popularity of things that are avocado but not actually like eating avocados, because it does seem like it's on the rise?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we love to see. I think my company, all the employees individually, we buy half of that stuff ourselves. Whenever we see the fun t-shirts, I think one year we actually had a pregnant lady that came in with the pit as her belly and everything, and we've definitely had some folks dress up as avocados over the years. So I mean, yeah, it's not something that we necessarily do, but we love to see it and encourage it. I mean, it's fun for us. I'm always searching and seeing if I can find fun avocado things, and people always are buying them for us as well. These family members, I always have like avocado towels or different things that they find out there that are fun, and so it's really fun to see. I think Chipotle probably had a big part of that with yes, I know guac is extra t-shirts that they had come out a few years ago, and people had a little bit of fun with that. And then you start to see it in like Nordstrom and some lines and different things. So yeah, it's been fun to see, and it's something that we're thinking about, what can we maybe do in that fashion world or something moving forward. So again, that's another one to maybe be on the lookout in the future years with us, because we do see a lot of legs with it and think it could be a lot of fun and really get into that brand and social conversation.
Yep. Very cool. And it's so authentic that it's happening organically. Like, it is something that when people just love avocados. Nina and I said that before we even introduced ourselves. So it is fun to work with a product that people just authentically love, and it's genuine when people are putting on an avocado costume. It's not because of a brand association or anything.
Right.
So that's really cool. So let's shift gears, kind of looking forward to 2021 now. It feels weird even saying that, but what's top of mind for you as you prepare for the new year and start thinking 2021 strategy?
Yeah, I mean, for 2021, it's really continuing to monitor the world around us. And, there's still a lot of uncertainty of, is there going to be another really big second wave of COVID that hits? And so right now we're we're actually getting, our fiscal year runs, so July to June. So we actually start our planning really in the beginning of January for our next year. And so as we're getting into that, I think we're going to go full steam ahead, assuming that the world is going to be more normalized again. But from our perspective, it's really just being able to pivot as things happen, and move quickly and adapt as we need to. I know this past year, like I said, food service, it was a little bit tough on that side of the business for a few months. And so when food service got hit a little bit more, we shifted some funds over to shopper and in-store, and making sure that we were supporting that side of the business. So I think it's just continuing to monitor everything, and just be ready to pivot as needed, and make sure that we kind of have some contingency plans in place.
Yep, and a lot of brands that we've been working with, we've seen like changes to digital marketing spend as a result of supply chain issues and COVID having impacted that. Is that something with the avocados from Mexico? I mean, should I think of it as an unlimited supply of avocados and constant growing season, or are there supply chain challenges that you've experienced in 2020 or expect in the future?
No, I mean, the thing about avocados is that they are a fruit. They grow on a tree, so they're actually a berry. And so, the trees.
Wait, hang on. Avocado is a berry?
Yeah, so from the berry family. So it grows on a tree. It has a seed. Most people don't know that it's a fruit. And so, even as I've been working on the e-com business and trying to work on our digital shelf, definitely seeing that a lot of people expect to see avocado listed as a vegetable. So that's something that we, are always working on and monitoring on that front. But, but the point with that is that the trees some years have stronger blooms than other years. So it is a little bit cyclical there. We're not like a normal CPG company. We can't just go and say, okay, well, demand is strong, so we'll go add a third shift right now. But I mean, what we've seen overall is that the crop over the last year and a half, and what's forecasted for this next year is super strong. So knock on wood, hopefully everything goes as planned, but we're not foreseeing any supply issues. And actually we've had some really, really, really strong weeks over the last few months. So again, we experienced a little bit of a dip, I think, at the beginning of COVID, but we rebounded really nicely in the last 5 months since then.
Good. Yeah, that's great to hear. And I've definitely been doing my part on the avocado consumption. So what trends in consumer behavior, like we've talked about some 2020 being a crazy year, but what consumer behavior trends are of particular importance to you? You said kind of for 2021, a big part is pay attention to what's happening around you and evolve and innovate accordingly. But what are the specific kind of consumer trends that you're paying most attention to?
I mean, from my perspective, just given my role and what I'm moving into, it is the e-commerce piece. So that's my big task for this next year, is continuing to grow our e-commerce business, where the team before me, they started wading in a little bit last year. This year, we're doing a few more programs on the e-commerce side. And I expect that moving into next year, as we start our planning and putting our strategy together for next year, that we're going to continue to add focus to that piece of the business. Just knowing that so many people have adopted it, and it might not be a necessity thing moving forward, but that convenience factor, for folks, we think that's going to, really help play out and continue to drive that business. And we want to make sure that we're not going too fast into it. We don't want to go and throw a lot of money at it. We're trying to learn as we go. So we're trying little programs here and there to see which ones work for us. But I think as we move into 2021, that's definitely going to continue to be a much bigger focus for us.
Yeah, cool. And we talked about people being comfortable with online shopping for avocados, where that was something you weren't totally sure about at the beginning of COVID, and it's been great. We've seen people continuing to enjoy avocados even though they can't poke everyone in the grocery store. So is that part of those learnings, part of what is making you more optimistic about driving a greater e-commerce business?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think those numbers were really eye-opening for the whole company when we saw them, really. We were pleasantly surprised by them. You know, in some of our top retailers like Walmart, we saw that on e-com, I think their numbers were even higher than that. Maybe like 15% of their sales of avocados were actually coming from online.
Sorry, Stephanie, was that 15 or 50?
15, sorry, 15. Yes, not 50. That would be crazy. But 15 is actually a very strong number, and a lot more than we thought we would see, even with, you know, one of our biggest, obviously, retailers that we work with there. So all of those factors, yeah, have given us a lot of you know, confidence moving into next year that we're going to be able to move the needle, you know, and make some good impact with that side of the business.
Yep. Very cool. So one of the questions I told you I was gonna ask in advance was just if you could talk about a recent campaign that was successful. So we talked about the restaurant, but maybe if there's something specific on the digital side, a specific campaign or initiative that you can share.
Yeah. So actually, it started on the food service side of the business, but several years ago, we actually launched an Avocado University. It was an in-person program where we bring in different either operator partners or dietitians or college and universities. And we have them come in and they immerse with us for a day and they learn all things avocados. So we take them through, you know, overall, what's the avocado market like? Who are we at AFM? How can we support them? You know, understanding all of the safety standards that we put into place. And then we do a lot of fun demos and innovation. We always do a guac challenge with everyone where we have very cool little guac trophies that we give to the winning team and people are super competitive with it. But it's a really fun day. But as you can imagine, we maybe are able to do 10 to 12 classes a year. So the reach on it's not as big as we would have liked. I mean, those that come in, we saw great success with being able to turn programs around with them and really, you know, work with those partners even more. So what we did this past year, and we actually just launched it a few months ago, is we took the general learnings from that Avocado University and we now have an online Avo U. And so we have two paths for it. There is actually a retail path as well as a food service path. And then those, you know, professionals can come in and, you know, go through, you know, a lot of the key learnings of what we teach in a half an hour. And at the end of that half an hour, they can get their own Avocado University certificate. So we've been working with some big retailers. I know that Albertsons Safeway is interested in it, Rouser's, some other guys that we're working with to really make it part of their training program with their employees to help with that experience so that when, you know, if the back of house employees or the retail employees know how to handle the avocados better, then it becomes a better experience for the end consumer. And so even though we just launched it, you know, less than 2 months ago, we've already had more people go through and graduate from that program than we had in the prior several years with the in-person one. So we expect to continue to see those numbers grow as we're talking to different partners about it, but that one's been, you know, a very good success for us over the last few months. You know, again, just trying to bring that learning to everyone.
Yeah, that's so cool. I would love to go to Avocado University. And my girlfriend and I also argue about the right way to cut an avocado. So it sounds like we might be able to settle that one once and for all too.
Well, we did just launch on our avocadosfrommexico.com page. If you go to our how-to section, we just launched some fun simulators on there that do show you how to cut your avocado and slice it and dice it. So go and check those out as well. Those only launched like maybe a week or two ago. So very new program out there for us. So a little early to see the success of it yet, but we think those will be a really good, fun, interactive program for folks as well to go out there and learn a little bit more about avocados.
Cool. We had a brief intro call yesterday before this conversation, and I feel like I'm just learning so much more stuff as we're talking more that you're doing. Sounds like you have your hands in a lot of different things. And on the digital side, really cool to see so much engagement, even with challenges having a restaurant and bringing people more online through education stuff. So congratulations, and I'm definitely going to check that out for how to cut an avocado. I'm getting some questions in from the audience that I'm going to share with you. One of these questions I think you briefly touched on, but this is regards to a lot of brands have had drastically reduced media budgets. And how has your plan adjusted? I know you mentioned something around your budgeting and kind of planning cycles being a little different than most traditional brands. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, we're actually unique in that, for the most part, unless the supply is decreased for some reason, we've been very blessed that we've had very few budget cuts over the years. For the most part, we've been lucky, and we've actually had more avocados come in than expected, so we might have even gotten a little bump here and there. And we do have to spend our money within our fiscal year. But at AFM, we're always trying to innovate and do different things. So, when with media, what we're always trying to do, and especially on the digital side, is always trying, new technologies or little things that haven't been done before. Just to again try. We always like to be the first to do something or try something different or think outside the box a little bit with our program. So we were the first produce brand that ever did a Super Bowl ad several years ago. Which was something that was a very big point of pride for us. We actually went down to South by Southwest a few years ago and kind of took over the conversation there. I don't remember how many years ago it was, but we were in part of the Macy's Day Parade. And our avocados from Mexico hashtag was the #1 hashtag of that parade, even more than Macy's itself. Wow. So our team's always looking to do something new and different and kind of shake up things. And actually going back to the Super Bowl, when you talk about like media and being efficient with your spend, I mean, our Super Bowl media or digital spend is not that much compared to a lot of brands. We're not anywhere near the millions of dollars that other brands are spending. And to brag on my own team for a bit that I joined, Avocados from Mexico is the only brand that finished first or second in the Merkle digital report for each of the last 6 years, from a digital conversation side of the business. So, we're always just trying to be scrappy and maximize our spend with our programs.
Cool. Well, would love to work with you to see if we can leverage that social content to drive some more results on the paid media side of things. I have a bunch of questions coming in from the audience, so it's awesome to see people so engaged. Keep them coming. I'm going to ask you a few of these. I know we only have a few minutes left, but this question is, do you have challenges by state, or are there specific regions that are way more into avocados than others, and trying to be regionally focused for how you're promoting avocados?
No, I would say the only real challenges we face are when California avocados are in their peak growing season. California is difficult sometimes to maybe promote in. If we're working, say we wanted to work with like a Chili's and do a big national promotion with them, and we want to say that they're serving avocados from Mexico everywhere. If it's during the summer months, that might not necessarily be true in California. So sometimes we have a little bit of trickiness with programs like that because we don't want to be saying that they're serving something that they're not at that time frame. But we looked at some regional strategies over the years, but it's something that even in like the Midwest or some areas that you would think maybe aren't as big avocado fans, that it's increasing. Every year we're seeing a lot more, consumption across the whole country.
Yep, cool. And I like this question, nice segue, but what do you believe the future of experiential marketing will look like in the food category?
Yeah, that's a tough one, because that's an area we've focused a lot. Another area that we've been doing a lot is with concession stands. So we have a stand at the American Airlines Center. We've got one down in Miami, and we were actually looking to launch up in Boston and being able to do some of those different things, and even going to different events and stuff. We've had to really scale back on that front. So I know that we have some folks that work in our event marketing. And that's an area that we're keeping an eye on, because it's an area we believe in and we like to do different things. And like I said, we're going down to South by Southwest and doing those different types of activations are a big part of our program of what we like to do with folks, because we don't have, necessarily like a store that you go into or something to interact with our products on a regular basis. So that's our way of doing it. So we're continuing to monitor things, and as much as we can do experiential and bring those programs back as soon as we can, we're definitely going to go back into that space. But we're watching just like everybody else, and as soon as it's good to go, we're going to be back there.
Yep. I see Nina's back. So Nina, do I have time for one more question?
One more question's fine.
Okay, just one more question for the audience I like here is, how do you think about brand purpose when communicating with your consumers? I know even during COVID, it's something that a lot of brands have paid more attention to. What's their role in the community? Do you have brand purpose with Avocados from Mexico, and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
Yeah, I mean, one of our biggest challenges overall is just making sure people realize that we are a brand. Because if you look at the fruit in store, it's not like we're able to label it in any way, shape, or form. It just has that little sticker on the back of it. So that's something that we're always talking about. But yeah, as a brand, we always want to make sure that we are representing the entire category, and that we've got the best safety standards and different things. So we're always trying to, we want to make sure, we're proud of our fruit itself, and we put really high quality standards in place. So it's just always communicating those messages to the consumers, really talking about the health and wellness and leading that part of the conversation for the category as well, because avocados do have so many nutritional elements that are so important as well. So, a lot of different ways that we're communicating with folks, just trying to make sure that they understand that we are a brand, and then, what are some of the benefits of avocados and whatnot there.
Yep. Awesome. Stephanie, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure talking to you and learning more about all things avocados from Mexico. So looking forward to staying in touch with you and the rest of the content we have this afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie and Casey, for joining us and for a great conversation. Who else had their mind blown when Stephanie mentioned that an avocado is in the berry family? I know that Casey definitely was surprised, and his reaction was very funny. But it seems like a lot of us need to head to Avocado University to learn a bit more about our favorite food. So thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
And for anyone in our audience posting about today's event, be sure to use the hashtag BILivecast so that we can see what you're saying. But we have two great sessions left today. Next up, we're joined by Pat LaCroix, the head of global brand marketing and activation from Bose Corporation. And this session will be moderated by Emily Masha, the senior strategy consultant of Industry Solutions at Braze. So welcome to this stage, Pat and Emily. And I will let you both take it from here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nina. It's so great to be here today speaking alongside Pat. My name is Emily, and I'm a senior business consultant at Braze. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Braze, it's basically a customer engagement platform where we forge human connections between consumers and the brands they love through delivering very highly personalized communications and most of all experiences. So my team within Braze specifically kind of functions as a consultancy, and we work with our most strategic partners to kind of understand what are the challenges they're facing and really overall what keeps them up at night. And, we work to leverage our research as well as, the power of our platform to really help support in helping build those growth strategies. And so I'm really excited to be speaking to Pat within the, working at Bose within the retail industry as we head into a holiday like none other to understand, some of the challenges he's facing and have a great discussion. So Pat, it's great to see you. Would love to just have an introduction about you and your role at Bose.
Great. Nice to see you too, Emily. Thanks, Brandon and Rayers, for having me. So my name is Pat LaCroix. I've been at Bose about 6 years now. The scope has shifted, expanded over time. Nowadays, kind of responsible for all things demand generation, if you will, driving demand for the Bose brand, encompassed of media, social, sponsorships and partnerships, brand marketing and activation at large.
Awesome. So really excited again to have you here, especially kind of representing the retail category today, as we know that we are facing some very unique challenges, especially this year. So would love to understand, specifically within retail as well as kind of the consumer electronics industry, what are the key challenges you're seeing, especially as we head into holiday?
Let's see. I mean, key challenges. I think just the rate of change, how the changes accelerated, obviously, for so many industries and companies in 2020. Just consumer behaviors and preferences. I mean, they evolve so rapidly and so quickly. So, for those of us in consumer electronics and technology, it's really, figuring out kind of, where those behaviors are going. How do you kind of pivot plans on the fly? For us, the interesting thing over the past year is, audio is growing, which is great. We're driving some of this in terms of the different categories and spaces and places that we're serving in terms of how audio can deliver more enjoyment and tangible benefits. And then, media consumption is also driving a lot of that in terms of proliferation of streaming and podcasting, working from home, obviously, and kind of how audio devices are enabling communication. There's just lots of challenges, but really lots of opportunities. So just kind of setting your plan, setting your strategies, and then staying really close to the customer and consumer behavior so that you can kind of adapt when their needs and desires don't quite fit with your best laid intentions and plans. It's kind of always a mix of challenge, but also with every challenge there is opportunity.
Absolutely. And that kind of segues really nicely into kind of the topic of today, which of course is speaking to marketing innovation and how Bose is able to innovate at this time and really, transform as an organization to take advantage of some of these trends. So, you mentioned that this is really kind of the time for audio to shine. So where are you seeing, the opportunity to really innovate within either that product experience or that customer experience? To help Bose, stay top of mind for its consumers and really take advantage, like I said, of some of these trends.
Yeah, I mean, for us from a product standpoint, there's lots of opportunity, and I think we are staying in lockstep as best we can. We have a pretty expanse of offerings that kind of sit within core, what you'd expect from a company and a brand like Bose in terms of headphones and speakers and sound bars, but then also, customers are now so used to audio kind of being accessible, anywhere and everywhere they go. So that's opened up all sorts of new exciting opportunities in terms of we service customers with sunglasses that play audio, Bose frames, a gaming device now that's dual purpose to service both kind of gamers and then also allow them to take a boom mic off and take their headphones with them in more of a lifestyle standpoint. We are now in the sleep buds. We make sleep buds to kind of help people get a better night's sleep faster, longer, more soundly through the night. So the landscape of kind of audio and sound, and the way we can kind of help deliver real benefits to help people get more fulfillment, enjoyment, rest, energy from their day to day. It's a lot of possibilities that come with that.
I love it. It's really, I think, being a partner in so many different areas in people's lives where they really, need those touch points and that guidance. I especially liked the Sleep Buds and how it comes from that companion app. I know that's something that I am definitely going to be getting this holiday, as well as probably for people in my family. Yes. I think it's much needed, especially after this kind of crazy time we've been living in. So from a product perspective, I mean, it's amazing that you've really leaned into, these immediate trends where you see that Bose can make a difference. In terms of like some of the more sort of internal innovation that you've had to lean into, tell me a little bit more about maybe some of the marketing tools that you've either kind of diversified or used for the first time recently.
Yeah, I mean, I think with kind of not being able to rely on stores or as heavily on stores, that's obviously forced a lot of innovation. And the obvious is, the upswing in digital that was happening anyways. COVID just accelerated it. The need to kind of drive and capitalize on e-commerce, again, kind of stating the obvious. But if you kind of click into our category and our business, demonstration and trial is so critically important, particularly when we're a brand that really stands for a superior performance and constantly innovating and pushing boundaries to deliver better performance, better sound, time and time again. So kind of trial and giving a customer a chance to experience the product. And giving them a really quality demonstration has been, tried and true to the business for many decades. So kind of when you take the brick and mortar and the in real life aspect out, then you have to really kind of lean into virtual and digital demonstrations. So we've been having a lot of fun and some good success really testing out new ways and techniques, platforms, partners, et cetera, to really showcase what our products do, particularly new products and new form factors that people might not be as aware of through a digital experience. So that I think is the real headline of where a lot of the kind of marketing innovation has focused. I'd also say with that too, when you're kind of working with a lot of different and new platforms and partners, that then kind of puts more of the storytelling in their hands. Also, I think leads to lots of interesting opportunities and kind of learnings that come from it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Bose is in such a unique position, as you mentioned, to have kind of both that retail aspect as well as that e-commerce aspect. And so is looking to, figure out ways to kind of balance how you're getting kind of the customer interaction. And what we're seeing at Braze too is a lot of, our customers that were formerly very experiential focused are really leaning into sort of these trends that we see from D2C performance brands specifically. And I know you mentioned this as well when we spoke, but the aspect of customer feedback and how important that is in terms of, not even just understanding if your product is performing or not, but really how you can listen to customers to understand the trends and really where to move in the space. So could you talk a little bit more on that too, how you've really leaned into leveraging customer feedback and the tools, the listening tools that you've used?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we use a wide variety of tools and techniques to kind of understand how customers are responding and feeling about our offerings. I mean, the customer is queen and king, empress and emperor of all that, of all of our success, and they determine, how strong our plans are. It's really about, for us, kind of, you set a strategy. It's based on assumptions, and then you constantly check those assumptions through the device of or through the technique of customer feedback, and then you reset and update your strategy accordingly. So the most critical thing is customer reviews and kind of this the star ratings and more importantly the commentary that comes back through customer feedback. And, we've got, we're blessed to generally, we do have really positive feedback to our products, but then oftentimes, we take feedbacks in reviews or in social media comments or more direct calls into our customer service and try to make adaptations to, our products when we can. Sometimes the lag time is not quite immediate when you're dealing particularly with a lot of tech and hardware. But then certainly in terms of our marketing, the voice of the customer, is something we take really seriously. And, we, try to check in on that, if not daily, certainly then weekly, particularly during busy seasons like, Q4 and the holiday timeframe, to make sure we're seeing how customers are responding to both the new products as well as the marketing, and then making the necessary optimizations to deliver for success.
And along those lines, have you encountered any kind of feedback or any types of reviews that really made you, provide an aha moment or an insight for your team to kind of take and run with?
Let's see. I don't know if there's like one particular thing. I think it's, there's certain things. I mean, like we've had, we were quite open, and we are open about where we have to make trade-offs, in order to deliver the best possible experience at a possible time for a customer. So, it was covered pretty well. You mentioned Sleep Buds. It's our second generation of Sleep Buds. About a year or so ago, we kind of had to sunset, our first foray into the Sleep Bud category, because we were getting lots of feedback from customer that the battery didn't have as much kind of lasting life as they needed. And we certainly had hoped. So we had to make the hard decision to kind of pause for quite a bit, reset the program, and then relaunch this year. So that's an example of a big, impactful kind of material decision in regards to the P&L. As we're now launching into some new and different categories like gaming and attempting to do a little bit of a different foray. I mean, we're getting lots of real honest feedback, most of it quite positive. Some of it though is more like, hey, but what about this? And what if the mic combined with the headphone, and could I maybe just get one and not the other? So we're taking that all seriously and trying to adapt, acutely in terms of what we can do from a communications perspective to give them the best kind of response along the way. And then thinking more moving forward to, what that might mean in terms of our ultimate offering.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's fantastic to hear too, because I know that Bose has one of those, very significant communities too of, diehard brand fans that like to kind of purchase sort of the suite of your products. And so it's really great to hear that, your team is so invested in taking that feedback and, having it applied to product innovation so acutely that, that they're really involved in some of those decisions as well. So wanting to pivot just a little bit. So one of the ways that we've seen a lot of retailers also think about, innovating, especially during this time and transforming, is from an internal perspective with their teams and how really they're structured to take into account things like now this influx of customer feedback, these new tools that are needed to launch their e-com businesses. Can you speak a little bit about kind of how your teams are structured to take advantage of either the trends or opportunities, and then of course address the challenges that you're seeing as well?
Sure. I mean, we try to have as much expertise and capability on hand as possible. I'm personally and many, I'm personally blessed to be surrounded by a wonderful, really smart people who certainly make me look good more often than I personally deserve. And I mean, I think at Bose, we have a wonderful culture with really smart people who really care and bring a ton of respect for one another, care for one another, and most importantly, integrity to each other and to our customers to the table. I mean, it's often a combination of, you have folks that are real strong kind of specialists and subject matter experts on a particular, part of marketing or particular communications channel or sales channel. And then you have more folks that are maybe a bit more kind of, broader in terms of, what they cover. I think more and more. And as I think about teams and as I think about a people manager, we all, certainly myself included, we all need to be kind of open to learning new things, particularly when you're in a, B2C category and really in a consumer-led business like we are. The customer is ultimately going to kind of help shape your job prospects, kind of the skill sets you need to focus on and develop and acquire. So I think just an openness to, what you did yesterday might not exactly be what you do tomorrow. And there is no kind of straight line in any career path or job description is really important. So, I think we're all kind of thinking about and figuring out new skill sets and new opportunities to learn about. I just talked about a few moments ago the importance of virtual and digital demonstrations and kind of having folks in social media feeds and on our site and in YouTube really give a good quality product demonstration that is like fit to those platforms and those audiences. I honestly, I would look back a year ago today. I mean, I think like notionally I would have given that some recognition of like, yeah, that's something that we probably need to be doing, but certainly wouldn't be like, wasn't thinking about like I am now, which is like fundamental to, kind of how we show up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's such a great example too, and how, marketers kind of across the board have to really become kind of technologists as well, and also kind of understanding, the data aspect as well as the consumer aspect and sort of, brand builders and performance drivers all at once. And so it's really a time, to your point, that, marketers have to flex more than ever within kind of all these different skill sets and ramp up kind of quickly as well.
Yeah, and I think that those things are not mutually exclusive. Brand marketing definitely can be influenced and benefit from having a performance mindset and using performance marketing and precision kind of marketing type techniques to still build brands. And I mean, you mentioned, I think, DTC brands before, and I think a lot of the DTC brands that have kind of emerged over the past 5 to 10 years are great examples that they've developed great brands without maybe doing the traditional, top of the funnel brand awareness, brand marketing, big brand campaign play. And then at the flip side, those that maybe sit more and on precision and performance marketing tactics, I mean, they still need to be thinking like, yeah, they need to drive ROI and, ROAS and all the kind of lower funnel metrics that, we all know of, but still have kind of a commitment and a responsibility to drive brand and kind of real meaning and emotion and target customers' hearts and minds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great way to put it, and ensuring that, the people on your teams have those balances is ever more critical. So, I mean, that's incredible insights. And, as we think about sort of the future and some kind of takeaways from our discussion today, we'd love to see, what are your kind of predictions for retail, or more specifically, even the consumer electronics category, as we head into the holiday and beyond?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I think all predictions are destined to not be correct.
That's out the window for sure.
Right. But I mean, I do think, kind of like I talked about, the advent of virtual selling, live streaming is definitely a real thing. I'm always fascinated by and I think my team would support me in saying this, like kind of continue to think about kind of social media and influencers and all the economies that come with that, and e-commerce and retail, and kind of the amalgamation taking place and how those things are coming more and more closer together. I mean, I think we see like TikTok and Walmart, for instance, now have somewhat of a closer connection relationship wise in terms of organization. I'm not quite clear on exactly how that works, but we see over in China, that's kind of the models that how things run over there with, Baidu and JD and Ali. So I think more and more that's where it's going to go, where it's like the influencer and social economies and e-commerce and retail will continue to become closer together, and you can do more kind of direct marketing and selling, across the two.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And I know another thing that we spoke about too in our previous conversation is just the fact that, along with all these channels that are converging, marketing mixes are certainly going to get kind of shaken up a little bit. And one of the things that is going to be kind of refocused on is sort of the pre-purchase and kind of post-purchase connections with a customer. So we'd love to hear your thought on that too, knowing that, Bose, like I said, has this incredible community of sort of diehard fans and brand lovers. And so would love to hear your take as well on how you're thinking of kind of the pre and post purchase and balancing kind of those aspects of the customer relationship.
Yeah, I mean, they all play a part. So I don't want to kind of say that, one is insignificant and one is, all powerful. That said, the purchase and post purchase part of the cycle, I think continue to become more critically important. I mean, in terms of pre-purchase and kind of the traditional ways and means that we try to build brand and drive awareness and preference. I mean, it's those traditional techniques, by the day become, more inefficient due to the media landscape and how people consume their information, how they can avoid traditional advertising. Those that don't have to pay the tax that is advertising aren't paying it. They're just going straight to their phones and to Netflix and, never have to actually see an ad or use ad blockers. So you got to be really smart on how you think about driving the necessary parts of that funnel pre-purchase, because you do have to do it. It's probably just through a bit different ways and means than the previous day, the previous year, so on and so forth. So, but then at the same time, the purchase and the post-purchase are so critical. And, as a marketer, I should be careful to say first and foremost, like, great product ultimately is going to be the number one driver of great experience. So, lesson to the kids out there, if you get into marketing, work for a company that makes great product. Great product makes everything easier. And by and large, Bose is a company that, makes everything easier by often having great products. In terms of the post-purchase piece, if you have a great product, that should lead to a great experience, and making sure that kind of the out of the box, in our instance, experience and the usage and ownership experience is great. And then giving customers, the tools and the incentives and the rewards to share their great experiences, either be it through kind of user-generated content or through referrals, or through putting up a great review. I mean, those types of things work really well. I think the customer feels some sense of ownership and kind of delight in ownership of the product and closer relationship to the brand. And then there's just efficiencies to the bottom line and kind of to the marketing line. The more and more customers are sharing their great experiences and kind of promoting it within their networks and their friends and family. I think there's almost, in a way, well, I just said a moment ago, advertising continues to have its struggles in and of itself. There's no better advertising than like a satisfied customer, as the saying goes.
Yeah, no, I love that. Nurturing the customer relationship, kind of throughout their connection with the brand is so important. And thinking about just, even after they've purchased, how else are they kind of continuing to kind of feed into the brand? And, as mentioned time and time again, leveraging those insights to continue to make your community stronger, which is incredible. So with that, I guess I'm going to turn to the audience then to see if there are any questions from that side as well. Let's see the chat function here. Great. Okay, we do have some questions. So this touched on this a little bit, kind of the merging of sort of the retail space with the e-commerce site. But what do you think the future of experiential marketing will look like? Especially kind of that how important that sort of try to buy is for a lot of brands.
Yeah, I think experiential continues to prevail and be super important. Like, people need to be able to kind of touch, feel, experience the product, and the brand is going to be super important. At the same time, brand with a capital B has to be more than just, the products it's trying to sell in a customer's eyes. I just think the definition of what experience is and kind of the platforms and the vehicles in which people have their experience is going to continue to evolve. So, see kind of in real life gatherings, obviously right now that's on hold. And what the new normal kind of looks like is still a bit TBD. So, experiences, so experiential will remain. I think it's increasingly going to be through virtual experiences, is ultimately where more and more kind of capital investment will go.
Absolutely. That's, definitely, how to continue to kind of bring sort of that hands-on participatory feeling online is going to be, I think, a bigger and bigger challenge. And with that, there are so many new channels, I think, popping up from, more shoppable, units on Instagram, and of course, TikTok. That's really just been skyrocketing, especially within kind of the Gen Z population. Would love to understand too a little bit how you're thinking about reaching maybe different segments of your audience with kind of this kind of fragmented landscape now. I just read a stat the other day that Americans, it mapped out time spent by Americans online, and it shows essentially that we are stretching 24 hours a day into 31.5 hours, meaning, there are 6 hours a day that we are multitasking, which is crazy to think that we're actually stretching time. But, in order to get in front of audiences, it's becoming more critical to be in kind of those right channels. And so just love to understand, how you're thinking about sort of your audience mix with those channels.
Yeah, it starts by being really focused on where you're at with your customers. Kind of how many are buying? Are they new? Are they kind of returning? Are they loyalists? Kind of going from there. So, we're constantly looking at the state of our business, but the state of our business is really influenced by kind of our customers' opinion and feedback to the business. So, without getting into too much detail, it's, the general kind of rule of thumb is go where the customer is going, understand what the customer is looking for, and kind of adapt accordingly. I think, it's interesting. It's a dichotomy of when you think about, there's so many different platforms that change so quickly, and the attention spans are very finite. At the same time, though, you got to continue to be thinking about where you're at in terms of share of voice, share of mind. What does your brand represent? What does it stand for? And that is, those are things that take constant attention, constant nurturing. There's, the very rare does something kind of, a switch get flipped overnight. So, there's no short, easy way to kind of answer those things. It's just constant attention and kind of constant, analyzing and responding to where the customer is going.
And tell me a little bit too about maybe sports sponsorship strategies. A lot of sponsorship strategies had to be revisited during this time, knowing that things were being less attended, more attended. So we'd love to hear kind of your thoughts around sponsorships and what that looks like, especially as we head into the holiday.
Yeah, so we have several pretty significant sports sponsorships working with the NFL. We've worked in Formula One with the Mercedes team. We've just launched a recent partnership kind of tied to our foray into gaming with League of Legends. So, I think, there's nothing that unifies and generates mass audiences like sports. That prevails time and time again. This year has brought challenges and God, certainly I've spent many hours thinking through scenarios and looking at kind of what our agreements are and what options or opportunities are. So I think, I actually don't really remember the question, but, so sports is sports is a wonderful platform to really reach an audience that's highly engaged and at mass. At the same time, I think the nature of sports consumption and how people connect to their favorite sports, their favorite teams, their favorite athletes, it's always changing. I was saying years ago that you can be a huge fan of a team or of a sport and not actually watch that much of the game. There's so much lifestyle and kind of peripheral content and coverage that goes outside of the game. Now, certainly I think that prevails. And at the same time, we're in a way fortunate that kind of on-site in stadium and arena activation and signage has never been too much of our focus. We've already been kind of pivoted towards being visible in broadcast, and then really leaning into kind of the lifestyle outside of or beyond the pitch, the field, the track. So really doing a lot in social. So I think kind of, generically speaking about sports, they're awesome in terms of their reach and their scale. In terms of how you activate from a brand, you probably need to be thinking about a diversified portfolio because sports are unpredictable. 2020 more than ever. So you need different avenues to kind of optimize and adapt to ultimately be successful in the long run.
Yeah, and I can imagine that the gaming space, kind of you're leaning into the gaming space is actually helping, with the esport aspect as well. So that's, I feel like a really strong, I guess, stance in terms of still being able to maintain those sponsorships and partnerships, just kind of taking a different sort of channel approach to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then, so what else in terms of, some other emerging channels that we see a lot of our customers really taking advantage of and kind of creating unique ways now more than ever recently within, the past couple months, have been channels like OTT, for example. Is that a channel that you're thinking of leaning into? Is that something that you guys see heavily in terms of, getting through, cutting through that clutter and getting through the kind of the attention of those audiences?
Yeah, I mean, that's where a lot of our video has been focused in recent times. Most of our linear or traditional broadcast is candidly attached to the NFL through that relationship and featuring our players. But then for the most part, most of our video investment kind of impressions comes through, non-linear, be it more the traditional digital side or OTT, connected TV, whatever, umbrella you want to call it. So we've got a lot of different things cooking in those spaces and testing and learning lots of stuff.
Testing and learning is kind of the key to the game. Do you find that, because of all these sort of rapid changes that are taking place, that you're more or less kind of flexible with your marketing mix moving forward? I know kind of traditionally a lot of stuff is set, backgrounds in advertising and media as well. A lot of times you go through these very extensive kind of planning phases. So a lot of these decisions are kind of made, months in advance. Do you find that that's kind of a trend that's going to continue on your end? Or do you think that it's going to kind of evolve and you're going to be more nimble kind of with these aspects moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly gotten more nimble. Every year, every cycle, we get more nimble and shorter and more responsive. So that's not going to change. And I think the blessing of having tons of feedback and measurement is you should be able to make decisions and adapt more regularly in a more agile manner. So I don't see that trend reversing anytime soon. Although I mentioned before, predictions are like,
Absolutely.
I'll stand by that one.
Right. And I love how you speak a lot about sort of your experimentation strategy and how, you're continuing to really lean heavily into that with Bose. To explain a little bit more about how you kind of go about that and what are your kind of key learnings for maybe brands that are really looking to get more into experimentation and innovation that haven't really done a lot of kind of test and learn previously?
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts with a little bit of, a balancing of kind of seeing where your customer is going, and then having some vision and ambition of where you could go to kind of stay in lockstep or stay a step ahead of the customer. That kind of having that established up front and arguably at the top is really important. I think having a culture where you can test and not everything's going to be successful, and you kind of take learnings from the wins and the losses is also important. Kind of in some ways, the learnings from the misses are more impactful than kind of those from the wins, if you will. And then just have purpose in your testing. It's easy to just do things, try things because these are things you think you should be doing, but like have real kind of understanding up front about why we want to do this, what we're trying to accomplish. We had a good colloquialism recently, like I was like, what, why, so what? so we should bring that back. I think one of my team's listening to this. Having kind of that, a framework in place, whatever it might be, that kind of gives real intention and meaning to what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's not necessarily having like a strict learning agenda, but it is, not just testing for testing's sake. It's really what are the insights that you're looking to really get. And then to your point, having a culture that is so literally, available to kind of fail and fail fast is so important too. So, how you're structuring your teams to your tools to be able to get kind of quick learnings and insights is also super important, which I love that you spoke about as well.
My pleasure.
Awesome. Well, I think unless we have any more questions from the audience, looks like Nina popped back in, but it was such a pleasure chatting with you, Pat, and so great getting to know you. And I'm really looking forward again to, getting those sleep buds, something I can.
All right. We'll be in touch. Thank you, Emily.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Thank you, Pat and Emily, for joining us today. Bose is doing such great work, and it's clear that so much of your innovation is because of how seriously you take that consumer feedback. So that is very great to hear. And for our last session of the day, we're so excited to hear from Dave Rule. Dave is the Vice President of Marketing from Austin Eastsiders. And this session will be moderated by John Hall, the co-founder and COO of Spaceback. So welcome to the stage, Dave and John.
All right. Thank you, Nina.
We're ready for a toast here, so
looking forward to it. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Brand Innovators, for having us. Thank you for everyone attending this session. It's going to be the best session of the day. And thank you to Dave Rule from Austin Eastsiders for joining us as well. I'm going to pass it over to Dave in just a second to introduce himself. But first, I'll introduce myself. So my name is Joe Hall, actually, not John Hall. And I'm the co-founder and COO of Spaceback. My business partner, Casey Sarin, spoke a couple sessions ago. So thank you, everyone, for joining and sticking with us today. At Spaceback, we believe that it is better for brands to distribute social media posts in traditional ad space instead of banner ads. So our platform makes it super easy for brands to do this. It's a better consumer experience. It's a better result for brands. So distribute social media posts programmatically in traditional banner ad space. That's what we do. Check us out, spaceback.com. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Dave to introduce himself and Austin Eastsiders.
Yep, so I'm Dave Rule, and I lead marketing and retail at Austin Eastsiders. I've been here for about 5 years now, and Austin Eastsiders is a craft hard cider company based in Austin, Texas, just like the name says. And I've been here, for 5 years, and we've been growing a lot. We're now the #1 cider in Texas and the #5 cider in the U.S. We've got a lot going on. I'm excited to chat with you, Joe. And just to kick it off, our biggest, most recent project, this virtual background, is from a restaurant that we just launched and built during the pandemic and have since opened. So we have a sizzle reel, just a short sizzle reel to kind of give you a sense of some of our biggest project that we've done on the marketing side.
Awesome.
I think we have a video to queue up, but if not, we can just keep rolling.
Yeah, a video to queue up. If that video gets rolling, we'll lean into it. I'll stop. Oh, there we go.
All right. Thank you for, I think we have to unmute ourselves now. Thanks for letting us play that. Hey, that's a shameless plug. If you're in Austin, we'd love to host you. We're socially distanced and have a lot of outdoor space. So come by and visit.
Awesome. That's an awesome video. I think we definitely will cover some of that. The process you all went through this year and launching that, what that was like a little later as we have time. Dave, I know origin stories are the craze in Hollywood the past decade or so. I think Austin East Siders has an interesting history or background. Share with us a little bit about the company.
So Austin East Siders was started by Ed. He's our founder. He originated in the UK, and in Bristol, he had a cider bar on a barge. And Bristol, United Kingdom, is the epicenter for great craft cider making globally. It has been. And his great business was this cider bar on a boat on the river. And he is really great place. All these local farmers and small batch producers would sell their products there. Really fun experience. So, you know, Ed is he would tell you he's a failed designer and a failed musician, but he was really great at the cider thing. He traveled to Austin, and like so many people do, they fall in love with the city, and he moved here. And when he moved here, he just realized that all he could find in the stores were these mass brands that were high sugar content, low flavor complexity ciders. And he thought, well, I've never made cider before, but I think that's what this place needs. So he was, you know, out there trying to get capital, but he eventually found a gentleman, Mark King, who's our co-founder, who's a 30+ year beverage sales veteran, worked at Gambrinus and Jim Beam and AB InBev, and that team together really is what made Austin East Siders come together, between, you know, the passion for cider and the acumen of knowing how to sell and distribute in a 3-tier system across the U.S. And so that was East Siders. That's how we were born. And when the first product that we sold was something called Gold Top, and it was fermented in the UK. And then it was sent on a boat over, and then the half of the product that didn't spoil, we would bottle in these 16.9 ounce bottles, and we'd sell it for $13. And it had a flavor profile of hay and blue cheese. It was still very eccentric, something amazing for. I hear a lot of like jamming on a keyboard. You hear that too. So it was really a really amazing product for your sort of like cider aficionado. But more obscure for the mass public, and what's is sort of funky. And then what we did was we pivoted to a can and a product, still using cider-specific apples. That's a big key of what we do. Is the United States was originally a great. It was the most popular alcoholic drink on the frontier. And when Prohibition hit, all those trees, it's much like wine grapes. You wouldn't take store-bought grapes and make wine out of it. And it's the same thing with apples. So when Prohibition hit, all those apples that were really only good for making booze, you'd never eat them. They're just very acidic and astringent. They dry your mouth out, just like wine grapes. So once Prohibition hit, there was no need to have those trees. People needed to monetize their fields. So those trees went away. But they've been growing for hundreds and hundreds of years, uninterrupted in the UK and all that. So that's something that's very interesting. And what is the future now of ciders that you're seeing these the dollar share volume is transitioning from these big company brands to craft cider, where people have rediscovered the art of cider making, much like craft beer. 15, 20 years ago, we're in this early stage of craft cider going back out to the masses. And so our focus is to turn the United States back into a proud craft cider nation once again.
Awesome. When was Austin East Siders founded? How long ago?
It was, the idea and, getting ferments going and the brand work and all that started in 2012, but we started shipping to our distributor in 2013.
Awesome. My first cider experience was in Europe, as you mentioned. Kind of what's the breakdown? It's a lot larger over there, it's growing over here. How does that compare?
We talk about it as like a percentage of beer. And I think the UK can be as high as 15 to 20% of the volume is like 20% of beer. In the United States, in Texas, we're 1%. In the Pacific Northwest, you're over 2%. So we see that there's a lot of, room to grow. But really kind of small in comparison to like something like hard seltzer, which has just come out and it's on track to become 15% of beer. And it just was invented in the last 5 years. So it's pretty amazing. Cider's been around for thousands of years.
It's a renaissance of, the craft beers, like you said, the ciders, the seltzer. It's an awesome thing that we're seeing. A lot more choice and variety and innovation, which the session prior to this, Pat talked about like a good product is like important to market and innovation. So that's why I want to dive into some of this product aspect, because you guys have such a great product. What makes a good cider? Because there's probably, some ciders aren't as good. You guys obviously have the best. What makes a good cider?
So depending on who you talk to, they'll kind of describe the high ground. Some folks would say, hey, it's the freshest apples. We're farmers. We groom in our backyard, and that's what makes the best product. Our position is it's the best ingredient. So the first and foremost, that thing that I touched on a little bit is cider-specific apples with the high astringency and acidity. And when they're fermented, they have a more delicate flavor complexity like a grape wine. So cider-specific apples first and foremost. For us also, we've always had less sugar. We were sort of better for you alcohol in a can before hard seltzers. Less than 14 grams of sugar, a lot less carbohydrates, all natural, not using flavoring systems and things like that. So just using like natural juice and fermenting it. But that for us is the key, is just the best ingredients. And what we always say is, Texas isn't known for growing apples, and we don't claim to grow apples. We source them from people who have these great cider specific apples. And it's just all about the ingredients, and then all the great practices. If you don't want to rush your ferments, you want to make sure you have really great quality standards on your canning lines and all that stuff. And we're really world class when it comes to that. So your quality assurance and product consistency, ingredient sourcing, all of that. And then of course, people want variety, and we do a lot of innovations. Flavors. We were sort of the innovators in fruit ciders. That was we always say we're influenced by tradition, but even Ed, when we started making that pineapple cider, which really took off for us, that was our third flavor. That was like, oh man, a pineapple cider, that's ridiculous, or a blood orange cider, that's ridiculous. But it's sort of like the American tradition of fusion and sort of throwing some of the rules out the window, and people really enjoyed it.
That is innovation, right? How many cider flavors do you have currently approximately? And are cider flavors big in Europe, right? Like that's the innovation you speak about. Is that common over there? Or is that more of a unique US international?
I haven't definitely it's more of a US thing. We're a big part of that. I haven't looked at the data just to be able to call out numbers or what like the product mix looks like over there, but you're going to see more of a focus or a consolidation within, ciders, like a dry cider, semi-sweet cider. You'd be sort of like maybe the types of apples you're using, and how sweet that product is, or what the ABV is, like sort of like cider, straight up cider. The flavors really does feel like a US thing.
How many flavors do you all have?
So we have like our core 6, but one of those slots is a rotator. So we'll have 3 flavors in that rotator spot on an annual basis. So call that 8 or 9. And then we have a Austin East Ciders seltzer. But what makes that different, because people have seltzers coming out of their ears, the hook for our seltzer is that it's actually made with a fermented apple juice base, which is a much more delicious product. It's more natural. It's a lot of people try it and they say, oh wow, I don't have to drink that other stuff now. So that's 3 flavors, and we have a 4th that's about to come out there. So what are we? We're up to 12. And then on top of that, in our restaurants and tap rooms, we'll do one-off ferment. So we might do something like get a single varietal apple from Virginia and do a wild fermentation, right? So COVID's made things weird for that. Our tap room was, regulated as a bar, so we were closed, and we just opened the restaurant. So I think next year, what you could see is even on that sort of small batch, owned retail level, you might see 10 more flavors on top of that, or and those flavors could be apple origins or cider cocktail expressions. In our restaurant, we're actually also manufacturing spirits that allows us to sell spirits, but also do cider cocktails and things like that.
That's super cool.
So the answer to the question is 15.
As many as you can dream up and counting. That's awesome.
Yeah.
According to Google, it takes about 36 pieces of fruit to make a cider. How accurate is that? What are we talking here?
I have no idea.
Fair. Okay.
36 apples to make a what? To make how much? A keg? No.
36 pieces of fruit to make a gallon of apple cider.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who knows?
It's a good fact. I don't know. I know at one point we were saying there was a certain amount of apples per can, but we got away from it.
You can't believe everything you read on the internet. So innovation, flavors. You mentioned the other day when we were talking, you mentioned some crazy flavors. What's the process that you all go through to research that, decide on that? What are some of those flavors? I imagine it's sort of like wine or like a beer. There's interesting flavor profiles. Touch on that a little bit.
So we have we call it our fermentation team on the production side. On the production side, we have the people that do the packaging, which is a whole big operation to get product into a can well. We do that ourselves. Other people outsource that, or other people actually have other people make their products. We make all of our stuff. On the other side is the fermentation team, which would be like your head brewer type situation, but it's our master cider maker and our fermentation team. So back in the day, when we first came out with Gold Top, but then it was original. And then we said, we should do a hopped one because a lot of us like craft beer. So a hopped cider, and they were sort of popular for craft brands. So we did, okay, let's do a hopped one. And then we said, okay, the pineapple one's delicious. Let's do a pineapple one. And it was really, sometimes we were making decisions at the bar or just based on whatever the team was messing with, what we thought tasted best. We've become much more formalized since then. We use data. We've done turf studies. We've done attitude and usage studies. We've done focus groups to talk to consumers to find out, what would they maybe pay more for, right? So what would they, if we're going to do a small batch offering, what would really get them excited? And an example of that is, we're sitting in the leadership team room and say, okay, well, what would we think, if people are there's all these brands selling $16 six packs of cider, what makes people want to spend $16 on a six pack of cider? And we thought, it's barrel aging and it's single origin apples and high ABV. But then we did a focus group and we found that what people are ready to pay more for, at least our findings, is that they really love the idea of culinary experimental flavor combination, something that kind of feels like it's coming from a chef or a curated flavor, and then also just beautiful packaging. So that's how we landed on this in and out limited edition. It does cost more to make it. We charge more. We make smaller volumes. There's less benefits of scale. It's called Maker's Stash, but it's really fun. So we did a rosemary pear. Maybe not for everybody, but for folks that want that thing, it's what they would pay more for. For our main lineup, for the ones that we expect to sell high volumes of, the stuff that we're going to sell year round or put into that seasonal slot, we're looking at category adjacencies. So we'll look at the competition. We'll see what's happening in cider. We'll look and see what's happening in craft beer, but also maybe cocktails, but maybe also in seltzers, right? We take all that data. We also look at our turf study that we've executed, and we say, okay, we have sort of a lineup of flavors that we know are in the funnel that are, hey, if we add these, how incremental to the business can they be? And that's really worked really well for us. The first research-based flavor that we did was we did a watermelon 2 summers ago, and it's turned into sort of like our McRib. It comes back every summer. People are super excited about it. It comes, for 3 months, and then it goes away, and then we just start getting hammered on social media and email, like, when does that come back? And we bring it back. So that was a really great one, and we have some stuff in the pipeline for the. It's all based on research now.
That's awesome. So flavor, innovation, packaging, obviously, the traditional marketing stuff. Seems like there's obviously a lot wider base of customers that probably have their favorites, but there is this hardcore group of fans that want to try these different flavors. They're like the lovers of Austin East Ciders. They're the brand advocates. So it seems like it's really important to sort of test with that group, satisfy them. And do you ever spin any of those off into kind of longer term, always on flavors?
Yeah, we have done things at retail where we've put it out there and we felt like it's a more obscure offering, and then like maybe distributors have had it and they, oh, we really want it. And an example of that is cucumber cider. It's delicious. It's refreshing. It tastes like what you'd want next to a pool. It's light. To us, you know, the consumer set of people that are like, hey, I want a cider. First of all, I understand what a cider is, but also want a cucumber one. It's just not like a normal flavor. I think Gatorade had a lot of success with a cucumber flavor, you know? So like that type of thing, Maker's Stash, we definitely made it retail before we ever launched it. Because those flavors you just won't find them out in the market. There's not as much research on them. So yeah, you know, so some of it's a little bit of retail. I mean, our qualifications process is formalized now, and there's sort of, you know, 5 steps to it. But within each step to us, there's, you know, 4 or 5 options on how we can qualify it. We don't always use all of them, but retail is one of them for sure.
Do you ever riff and ignore all the data and focus groups and just be like, this is what we want to put out as a leadership team?
That's what we used to do, you know, and honestly, Hopped is a great example of why we shouldn't do that anymore. It's an awesome product. It's absolutely delicious. Our Hopped bartenders and employees and super fans of the brand absolutely love it. And we get emails for it, but it just simply didn't perform in the market. Right. So, you know, I think there's some times where you could say, hey, let's go for it. I mean, I think Maker's Stash is kind of like that. Pear Rosemary is pretty obscure, I think, for flavors, right? So yeah, we do that less. You know, at the end of the day, to make any of these decisions, nothing's ever guaranteed. I mean, in a way, we are doing that, right? We're just qualifying our choices better.
Awesome. So take data. Take personal experience, use that as like the data set with which to evaluate and decide. You just have more information to base a decision on.
Absolutely. And then eventually, you know, nothing's ever perfect. You just pick a lane eventually. Yeah.
Awesome. What is your favorite flavor?
Well, I really loved the Gold Top, actually. That was amazing. I love original. I love, you know, blood orange tastes like a mimosa, and it's especially astringent, like that bitterness that people love about really crafty ciders and English ciders. It has extra actually because we have a little bit of the pith of the orange, of the blood orange, as well as some raspberry juice. That one's really amazing. You know, we don't put anything out that isn't good. I'm obviously biased. I love all of those. I love the cocktails too. If you take like an East Ciders and pour it over ice. So for example, if, you know, 8 grams of sugar is too much for you, you can pour it over ice and then add your own, maybe like orange bitters yourself. If you're getting really frisky, you can put a shot of bourbon in it, and that's delicious too. Yeah.
Those are some good pro tips there, especially for somebody like myself who is not as experienced with the cider. So everybody, if you have questions, submit them. We're going to do a Q&A a little bit later. So submit questions. Think of things that I didn't ask Dave. Obviously, he's the expert and can answer everything about cider. But before we transition, I do want to talk a little bit about the store that you guys did, and then a little bit around how you do marketing, experiential, what channels you use. But you're obviously in Austin. I happen to be in Austin at the moment. I wish we could do this in person, so we're going to have to rain check that. But I did go out and pick out some Austin East Cider. So I've not had this before, but I did choose the original. So I'm going to crack this because I think I saw you. It's the last session of the day, and have a few sips while we are here. And while I do that,
well, thank you. We appreciate the support, and I'm sorry you're drinking alone right now. I wish I had some.
These are the days that we're living in, but no, this conversation's awesome. So the store, you guys just opened a store or retail location, a restaurant. When did that idea, when was it like green light, like this is what we're going to do? maybe touch on why it makes sense to have a physical location, and then lead us through the last few months during this year, when you guys launched, and a little bit about that process.
So the original vision for Eastsiders was going to be much like an urban winery. So you make it there, you serve it there. The original plans that were drawn up in 2013 and 2012 was, we're going to ferment here, we're going to serve it here. It's an urban winery on the east side of Austin. That's the Eastsiders name, on the east side of Austin. And what happened is the demand for the product just exploded once we launched Original. A couple thousand people showed up to the party. We did an obscure ferment where we threw in a brisket into the ferment, and the yeast actually ate the brisket and made this viscous, smoky barbecue cider that a lot of people loved. So that's what happened. And really, so I would say the answer is, from day one, we always wanted to have a tap room, and a tap room with food. What happened is we pivoted into, hey, we need to scale this product, because if we have a production snafu, that's all lost revenue, because we sold every drop that we made, and every drop that we could make. And so if you lost a day of production, you lost a day of revenue. There was no slack in the system. So we really focused on becoming a really great, how do you scale that great cider in the company without losing our culture, but as well as without losing the quality, and becoming packaging experts, which is actually a very tough thing. There's lots of components. I mean, it's automation for packaging of a cider. So we always want it, and we circled back to it. Our original production facility that we moved out of in 2016, we continued to have the lease, and it was sort of just a dent in our P&L. And then we had this grand plan to build out the sort of Taj Mahal to Eastsiders, and then more rational thinkers prevailed, and we just basically drew it up on a napkin, like put the bar in there, moved the pasteurizer out, did this sort of fun industrial vibe that you're sort of used to for craft beer companies or small craft brewers, and how they turn their facilities into experiential. And we learned a lot from that. We have a little 9-foot by 9-foot stage, and we started booking bands. And as you'll probably learn, the Black Pumas is maybe the biggest new upstart band out of Austin. And the lead singer was the first person to ever play our stage before they were a big deal. And we started booking these shows, and then people were playing ACL, and we started seeing, like what you see in the Northeast. You see people lining up at grocery stores to get, Heady Topper or Lawson's Finest Liquids. And that was always the dream. It's like, what if we could come out with stuff and people would come to try it first? They'd actually line up outside of our door for cider. Like, wow, it started happening. And we started having these, we were just like, wow, we can do more than this. We started doing pre-fee dinners without a kitchen, but we would work with La Barbecue, like top barbecue joints, and a bakery, and a seafood truck called Garbo's, which is lobster rolls, and they were like selling out for $75 to $100 a seat. And it's like, wow, we did a party for a Maker's Stash launch in downtown Austin at a lunch spot for professionals. It's like a food garden type thing where there's 6 or 7 like upscale food vendors for corporate lunching, And so no one goes there on a Saturday. We did a product launch on a Saturday. It was 110 degrees out, and no one's ever there on a Saturday. So many people came out to it. All the food vendors sold out of food. We're like, okay, this whole pairing food thing, we're swimming downstream. We're swimming upstream in so many ways, but swimming downstream whenever we're getting into food. And so the dream, we always wanted to do this. We stuck our toes in the water by creating the Collaboratory, which is our first tap room, our original production facility. And then we always knew we've been in development of this restaurant for over 3 years. So looking for the right real estate, hot real estate market with a ridiculous brief. Like we want to have this P&L shape, and we want to be within 2 miles of the river downtown Austin, Texas, and like Elon Musk is moving to town. So but we figured it out. We found it by taking on a huge renovation project. This building that was in very ill repair, but on a really amazing street. It's on Barton Springs Road, which is the gateway to Zilker Park, which is the location that hosts Austin City Limits, the music festival, you know, and it's the most visited location in Austin. So we took on this really big renovation project, but we got this really great piece of property with 3,500 square feet outdoors, 2,500 square feet indoors. Yeah, and so I guess the short answer is it's always been in the cards. The dream just kept on getting bigger, and we eventually did it. And we're there now. Now we're open, and you know, for a restaurant, we're cash flow positive, which is really hard to do right now. So we'll celebrate that. It was I guess as far as like the journey to get there too. I mean, through COVID, we were sunk very heavily and financially by the time that first week in March hit. And so we decided to still go forward. You know, the name of the game at that point for everybody was to get to the other side of the river. You know, 35% of our revenue comes from on-premise. And when that went away, and you look at that, and you look at the huge expense of a really large renovation project and development of a restaurant concept for a company that's never done that before. Of course, we hire the best professionals that we can, the experts, to do that right. But yeah, we started building, you know, construction, and then, you know, we started, you know, things that should have been overlapping became scaffolded. Okay, one subcontractor crew at a time, so that we could protect people from cross-pollinating or getting COVID or working in too close a proximity. Lots of ambiguity from the city around, you know, what's essential and what's not essential. Luckily, we're looped into an essential service because we make food that supplies grocery stores, and so we were able to continue construction, and it's been fun. And we're really excited to get to the other side of COVID, because so much of what our brand is experiential. Our ground game is what makes us strong, and so much of that experiential toolkit has gone away or is morphing. But the restaurant really is a great extension of that. And why did we do it from a business perspective? Like, okay, it's one thing to have the dream, but how do you rationalize actually going and doing it? You're responsible and make sure that it's net positive. It's our best investment. If you can invest in anything, is that the best investment for these dollars? And but it's, you know, it's great media. It's, you know, really the shortest answer is household penetration, right? More people are gonna visit that park that don't know us yet, that are gonna come to our restaurant. They're gonna have, you know, clearly like immersive experiences with the brand, but we want a high volume of new households to have a great experience with us. You know, drive trial, all that stuff, liquid the lips.
Yeah, makes sense. I think you know, innovating the flavors, you know, point of purchase, the packaging design, all those traditional stuff, retail location, restaurants. You talked about experiential. Obviously, this is like something that you want to taste. Makes a ton of sense. One, can you actually pair ciders with food? Is there like a pairing system that goes on? Like, okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's, I'm not the expert. I would defer to the experts on the team, but you know, cider and barbecue. All right. Like, full stop right there. There's nothing better. There's so many people that are so passionate about barbecue. It's the perfect pairing. Cider and barbecue is the perfect pairing. Anything smoky is very good with cider. That kind of gets you to that bourbon thing, you know, like that smoky barrel aged bourbon, you know, or even you know, like tequilas, you know, like our blood orange with tequila. But all, you know, it really does parallel. Like what you're drinking right now might remind you of a Prosecco. It's okay. Like anything you would eat with a Prosecco would go with that original dry cider. Right. Okay. There's, if you think about like we have a cranberry cider right now, and Thanksgiving's coming up. I mean, that's an easy one. So yes, there's lots of pairings, and there's lots of tradition in it. But it's kind of, a lot of it's undiscovered or unknown, because honestly, a lot of people don't even know what cider is. A lot of people come to our place and they say, we've come to our favorite brewery finally. And we're like, we don't brew anything, you know, or like, we love this beer. It's not a beer. So, you know, that's actually an interesting, I think, perspective too, is, you know, we use data, and we frame up selling stories with distributor partners and key accounts and retailers based on this idea of categories. but consumers buy products based on sensory experience and usage occasions, right?
Right.
We see that with hard seltzer clearly. Like nobody knows what people think it's vodka. It's not. Sometimes it's vodka. Sometimes it's a cold fermented sugar. Sometimes it's a beer base, like a clarified beer. Sometimes it's malt. Sometimes it's not. It's interesting, but people know it's a seltzer. So it's like, okay, it used to be, what are you drinking? It was defined by whatever the base fermentation process was. And now it's defined by the flavor and the usage occasion, right? Or if it's better for you, it has less calories. And in some of these cases, they're adding things like vitamin C.
Awesome.
Busy, yeah.
Questions, submit questions. We're going to go to questions in a few minutes. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that pairings, like you said, blood orange tequila, everybody, cranberry for Thanksgiving, cider with smoky barbecue. Those are a few takeaways that I'm going through with this.
Pizza. We just opened a pizza place. It's awesome with pizza. Yeah, you'd have a white or a red with pizza.
Yeah. Okay. So I think another thing that I see here, we talked about a little bit, is like you were like going after hardcore, like people that love ciders. I mean, I think there's one thing that I get from you, Dave, is like you like love the brand. And I think that's important for any marketer, any brand. You're developing, people that love you, but you also have to have that enthusiasm, and that's a huge piece that I think drives innovation. And I get that from you, which is awesome, and educational, because like I said, I didn't know very little about cider coming into this, and I already feel like I'm walking away with a lot, as well as innovation around flavors, data, going with your guts, placing bets and carrying them through during this time. So all that makes a ton of sense. We're going to shift over to a little bit of Q&A here, and so I'm going to. Yeah, we got a lot of questions here. Okay, 21 and 22 budgets. How are you planning with that? Will you be more nimble? Are you pulling back, or are you just being more nimble with it? What are you thinking about for budgets?
So when March hit, when COVID hit, we went through a whole round of 20% salary cuts. The marketing budget has always been where we fix the P&L, right? Which means we just cut all the marketing, and that's smart, just based on how things are going. So, we cut the marketing budgets. We were going to spend more than we had ever spent before going into 2020. And then we actually ended up spending a little bit less than we spent in 2016, right? We're just smarter, but we're way more invested in people. So the ground game, product as currency, all that stuff. When we're referencing forward, 2021, how are we going to impact the business? We're referencing 2019 actuals, more than 2020 actuals or the 2020 plan. As far as, are we leaning in or leaning back? I mean, I think you can lean in a lot of ways, and other than dollars, we're definitely leaning in on innovations. We have 2 line extensions. We have a secret product that we're going to release that's actually incremental to Austin East Ciders. It's not called Austin East Ciders. So as a company, we're leaning in and adding a lot of pressure at retail with line extensions. We're really kind of transitioning into a portfolio of brands. Which is as much as I can share at this point, but we'll be more invested in people and flat as far as active dollars.
Okay, that's super insightful.
To us, that's a lot more market impact, but it's less active. Like it's less like traditional marketing dollars.
So you're planning for flat
marketing dollars, yeah.
And who knows, that could change. You obviously have not been standing still over the last few months. You've just been changing where you've been investing.
And retail is a big part of that, right? I mean, run properly in the way it's running now, that's profitable marketing, right? So that engine is there now. Like we struggled to get to here where we have that engine now, and now we can have hundreds of thousands of experiences with consumers and actually have a cash contribution from that. So it's all happening. That you can't say there's less pressure. There's actually a lot more pressure, But if you're just looking at a budget number, it'll look flat.
Yep, makes sense. So we've been talking about experiential a little bit. There's a question here. We've touched on it, but what will the future look like for food and beverage? I mean, who knows what the future is going to look like really, but we know that there's going to be some adjustments, at least in the near term. Do you have any thoughts or advice for people on that?
I don't know. I mean, there's so many things to think about with that, with just the future of food and beverage. I've been, since I left a job at Red Bull a long time ago, I've been in this sort of startup food and beverage space. And it's been interesting. I mean, there's just this explosion of brands and an easier, but never easy path to market for folks to bring new brands and ideas. I don't know. I think that I think clearly one thing that we know is that EBITDA positive is a greater focus now than it ever has, right? I mean, most of these large, if anybody's starting a startup to sell it, that might be the wrong reason to start it at this point in the game. I mean, there's only so many yogurt brands and soda brands, and that these companies that would acquire. I mean, most of those companies have those things, right? They have those fighters now, in addition to their flagship per category, right? So I think EBITDA positive focus is probably a bigger thing, just generally speaking, and longer term. I mean, direct to consumer is interesting. Of course, it's such a big thing. I'm sure you had a lot of people talking about direct to consumer. I always go back to, yes, we actually launched direct to consumer cider during COVID, but I always go back to but really that's going to be a brand that you can be passionate about, that you'll have a whole separate checkout experience for that category in your life. I mean, how many things are you and I going to go and do a separate checkout for, maybe for keto cereal? Right? Or, these things that, or maybe for your, there's only so many categories where you can enter and cobble that. I think those spaces are filling in too, right?
Yeah.
You've got your keto soup option. You've got your keto cereal option. How many separate checkouts are you going to make, when you can get all of your needs actually satisfied through one grocery delivery service, right? So I don't know. I just think that it's just becoming more and more crowded. And you have to have more and more of a reason to exist other than just being a cooler brand with the same product, right? It's just got to be innovation. There's got to be something there.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm enjoying my cider, by the way. So I think everybody should definitely try it. You guys rolled out a seltzer. There's a question here. How is hard seltzer phenomenon impacting cider market? Is it impacting, or is there just so much room to grow? It's just an additional growth lane.
It impacts everybody. If you're 15% of beer, they're on track to be $3 billion, primarily driven by White Claw and Truly. They take those dollars from everybody, right? So that impacts everybody. I think what it reflects is just a prioritization of consumers on, the economics of how many calories am I spending for my buzz. That I think spirits explosion was part of that too. And then this is just an extension of that, right? The $1 billion bourbon years and all that, which still actually is happening. But it's like, okay, what's the most efficient delivery method here without, I don't want to spend a lot of I don't need it, right? It's like there's a functional benefit here that I'm going for, and I don't want to, and I want to be kind of efficient with it. So I think it impacts everybody. And I think there's even more now. It's about flavors and sensory experience and usage occasion, way more for the growth part is coming from versus like what the base ferment is, So I don't know this. So yes, it takes a piece of everybody. You should have a better for you plan. I think if you look at craft beer companies, they took a couple swings at light craft beers over the years, and it never stuck. It's starting to stick. There's like Sam Adams Light and all that stuff. I don't think that worked out. But the rules have changed. Better for you is a big piece of. I think everybody's going to be thinking about that.
Okay, another question. Obviously, you're growing the share you're growing the pie. Ciders, it's in its early days. How are you prospecting net new consumers, or how do you take market share from some of your competitors? There's obviously consideration set there when you can choose between ciders. What are you all doing in that arena?
We we don't do a lot of micro targeting. The way we zoom in is proximity to purchase. And then we look at market by market through a different lens based on how ubiquitous of distribution you have. So in Texas, where we're the #1 cider, we sort of have the full marketing toolkit. That means we can do events, we can do our in-store retail programs, we can do events, we can do digital buys, like we'll even do maybe some out-of-home purchases and key communities. But in a new market, like when we launch in Illinois, for example, as we're gaining that distribution, we don't believe that we have the right to do anything other than market rate at retail. So we don't, we do some SEM and social targeting work where we're looking for affinity groups, and some of those affinity groups are competitors. But at the end of the day, we don't feel like we're stealing them. Like we just think that we're just adding ourselves to that consumer's portfolio of products. We don't, there's no such thing as exclusivity. Everybody drinks lots of categories and lots of brands. So that we think of it, we're always prioritizing our resources based on proximity to purchase. Digitally, like proximity consideration of purchase, and then also geographically targeting people based on our distribution footprint.
Okay, awesome. I think Nina's about to shut us down, but I want to ask a quick question. Another one that came in, which is about younger consumers. How do your consumers skew? I have no clue who drinks cider, to be honest, or what range that is, and is there kind of a process for attracting younger consumers and getting them in the funnel?
I think you can look at our consumer's a little bit older than a hard seltzer. If you can think about it that way, there's the quick reference. Your young consumer is like a White Claw, right? We're like right after that. You've graduated.
All right, I think everybody understands that. You brought everybody back down to the valley with the White Claw reference. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks. It sounds like Nina's about to get on. Dave, man, this was awesome.
I think you also made everyone who drinks White Claw feel like young and hip and cool on this.
What that was the thing is like what you said was like all the kids were drinking it, right? And then all of a sudden it was like old guys and old ladies on the golf course were drinking it. You're like, oh wow, like here we go. It's like when your grandparents got on Facebook or Insta Snapchat.
Exactly. All right. Well, thank you so much to Dave and Joe for closing out our day on marketing innovation. You've given us so much to think about, especially on launching a new brand. And my co-host here, Ruby, was feeling a little neglected, so she wanted a little screen time. But we're so grateful to all of our speakers today for joining us. I know I personally took so much. I learned so much more about what Taco Bell is doing, avocados from Mexico, what makes them different and unique, that growing season, from Bose, and about innovation and how they're really learning from their customers and sunsetting products that aren't working because of that customer feedback. So I'm sure you all took a lot away, as did I. And we hope you will all join Brand Innovators on Monday for our second annual Marketing to Gen Z Summit with senior marketing leaders from PepsiCo, Stitch Fix, HBO, Clutch Sports, the SEC, and more. So thank you all so much for joining, and we hope to see you again.